So, here we are again. That's great. So, I'm not so today it's not, I'll put on lip gloss and it's kind of glittery. So today, it's not gonna be a long video. I even started a timer to see, to keep it, to keep it from going long. And I'm a shy person. And I've always had a goal of being a singer, and an entertainer and an actress and all that. And I should mention that my first memory is that my dad takes me to go buy some shoes, and he doesn't take my brother and sister. When I asked, "Are you taking them?" Then he's like, he says, no, we're not taking anyone. It's just you. So we go buy some shoes, okay, at the Payless or somewhere. I don't know where. Maybe not there. But yeah, and he was a little bit short with me, right? So when he was short with me, when I asked, "Hey, my brother's like 1 year my junior, and my sister is the firstborn by like 5 years to me." And so, but we always travel together, okay? And so, that's like about the age of 3. I think this is my first memory, right? I think I'm 3. Maybe I was 1, but I think I was about 3. This is my first memory. And so we go shopping for these shoes. So he's in the process, but it's really all about him. And I noticed that I feel like it's all about him, and I guess maybe I was born with the type of personality that was just, I don't know. Maybe I was born a jerk. I don't know. I don't know what it was. Okay. Why? I just was like, I felt like I wasn't really engaged in the process. And then I learned from my mom later that my dad's Jamaican. Okay. So he's an immigrant to America. And then he wanted to connect with his daughter in Jamaica. And so he bought his daughter all these shoes. And now this is the story. Okay, I don't know if this is exactly right. I don't want the mom to say, "No, that ain't right. Why did she say that?" So he bought his daughter all these shoes and mailed it to her. And the mother mailed everything back. So, okay, so he wasn't being allowed to be a dad and interact with his daughter. So when I was born, he took me shoe shopping. Okay, now I didn't understand all this because I was just a kid, just a baby, just growing up, right? But that's why Dad was really engaged in this. He's just so determined to get these shoes for me. It meant something to him, on another level. It meant that he could be the dad he wanted to be. I didn't understand it psychologically. It was a psychological, fulfillment for him on a psychological level, okay? So he needed to go do this. This was I imagine this was a dream he had as a child. From what I remember, from my understanding, my dad's dad, my granddad, wasn't really in my dad's life. Okay, now he went on from Jamaica. From what I heard, I don't know. I don't want my dad's dad to say, "Oh no, that ain't true. Oh, why would they say that about?" No, he wouldn't say like he'd say, "Why would they say that about me? Me don't know why they would make that up," sort of thing. But so and I believe that my dad was kind of raised by my aunts, okay? Like my aunt, Auntie Anne, like that. And my aunt just raised all the kids. That's what I heard, okay? My dad, I believe, had a dream to raise his kids, his daughter, buy her shoes and things like that, okay? So a dream that my dad had, which he fulfilled, okay? My mom also had a dream to get a building. She did that. So Dad's buying these shoes. So there's some candy. Now we're checking out. Now I'm not really talking because I realize I'm not really involved in this process. I realize I'm not involved in this process. I don't understand. This wasn't explained to me till later. And so I'm kind of withdrawn from the whole thing, right? I'm a little kind of withdrawn. But I'm not mean. I'm just quiet. So Dad looks up at this candy cane filled. It's like M&Ms, but it's not like M&Ms. Just candy coated chocolate and a little, little red clear candy cane things. And he's like, and I'm looking up at it, and maybe to divert my eyes from everyone else. And then he goes, "Oh, did you want one?" And I don't answer. I guess I was waiting to see if he was tuned into my emotions. Okay, this particular day he was, and I don't feel he was. So he grabs it, and then he places it on the belt to buy it. And so when we get in the car, he says, "Don't share this with anyone." Okay. Now, I believe I agreed to that, but as a kid, I was thinking I didn't agree with that. Okay. Now, then we go home, and my sister and brother, they're so excited to see me. Yeah, and I'm dressed in my, because we dress in what mom calls, we dress in our going out clothes. We come back home, we dress in our home clothes, okay? So, and I have all these boxes of stuff, and then candy, and all right, so my brother says, ah! And so Dad says, don't open this till I get back, this candy. Everybody's running after this candy thing. So, immediately my sister, okay, she's more mature than me, right? She's, hey, come on, let's have some of the candy. And I'm like, wait, Dad just said don't open it, right? And so she says, the kids aren't in school, they aren't going to like you because you're selfish. I was like, it's not me. That's what Dad said to do. So I put it in the corner. I'm like, I'm not touching it. And then finally she wears me down, okay? So I'm like, Dad didn't come for so long. And, a kid seems so long, okay? This is my story. So finally, she wears me down. I say, you know what? And my brother can't speak words. All he can say is, yeah. So he's agreeing with my sister. Follow me around the room, right? In a little room, but we're little, so it's kind of big, right? So finally, I say, okay, we can open it. So I try to open it, but a kid can't open that. They can't open it. They don't have experience opening candy, nothing. So, and then I give it to my sister, and she also can't open it. So finally, she just like pulls it apart, and the M&Ms go all over the floor. The chocolate candies go all over the floor. Okay. And now later, as an adult, I think my father was standing by the door. I don't think it was as long as I thought. I don't know. Because as soon as the candy hits the floor, Dad rushes in there, bursts into the room. And he takes up all the candy, and he's upset. He's like, and I don't remember what he says, right? It's something like, and I imagine it's something like this, in tone and feeling. Because when something like that happens, you're not really listening to words as a kid. I don't think you're right. But basically, it's the feel of it all. And it's kind of like, maybe I'm disappointing you, better. I asked you not to open, you don't listen. You need to learn how to listen. I'm never going to get you anything again. Okay, this sort of thing. And then Jamaicans have this thing they call thumping the head, right? And so they just tap the head. They just, like the finger, was it Michelangelo? The finger touching God, that finger. And all you have to do is touch your forehead. They don't even have to, and it's just, and so and that's all he did was kind of just touch my forehead, and I was like, And so after he did that, and I was really embarrassed in front of my brother and my sister, who had, by the way, backed up into another corner of the room. By the way, they had done this, right? So now, as a kid, right, I start crying. But I'm not emotional in the moment. I'm just crying to say, hey, Dad, stop being all upset. So Dad backs up to the doorway. Now, this is my memory. And of course, I rewinded this, repeated this, maybe minute-to-minute accuracy. But he backs up to the doorway now, and he's just, oh my gosh, I still can't believe it that I bought you this and that you did this, you didn't listen, this sort of thing. And he keeps going on and on. Now I'm crying, and I'm thinking, wow, now Dad just took me shopping like I was so special, right, by myself. And yet, as I'm crying, which is basically saying, please stop, he's not listening. So he doesn't really care. That's what I was thinking to myself. So. And then I looked over at my peripherals, as I was probably looking at Dad. I was looking at the peripherals at my sister and my brother. They had, cowered off, or backed up away, or almost huddling, but they were still standing in the corner. And none of them stood up and said, it was me, Dad. It was me who convinced her to open this candy. Nobody stood up for me. Dad never even looked at Trina and Tony. In fact, my dad, I was told, maybe at around the age of 6 or something, that Dad favored me as a child. And so Dad would buy me things. My birthday, he would always celebrate my birthday. And he didn't necessarily celebrate anyone else's birthday. And for me, and I shouldn't chuckle at that, but for me, I was really withdrawn from my dad. And I didn't really notice anyone else's birthday or mine. Because after what had happened in the room that day, I made the decision I wasn't going to trust anybody after that. I was like, I trusted my sister. This is how I said it. I don't want my sister to say, what? But as like, I trusted my sister, she betrayed me. I trusted my brother was encouraging me and my sister, and they didn't even stand up for me. I don't trust people anymore. And I didn't trust, like my dad, I didn't trust people anymore. The only people that I felt close to were my teachers, okay? Truly, teachers, leaders, authority figures, my principal, and police officers. I like police officers. Why this is, I don't know, okay? Now, I was always close to my teachers. So in elementary school, everybody, all the kids, I didn't trust the kids is the ones. So the kids would be running around. I never got a chance to know them and then speak to them. I didn't talk to kids. I didn't talk to anybody during school, really. I had my couple friends and things, but I mainly hung with my teachers. I thought they were smart. I thought they were brilliant. I tried to get my homework in. I loved authority. I loved police officers. It's just me. Even today, my friends at my college, or the dean of the college, and my friends in the army are command sergeant majors, and one just recently promoted, and the people that I am closest to, okay, and I still have friends. Although I'm always like, follow the rules, follow the rules, follow the rules. And then soldiers, so I went to the military. Soldiers see me into the room, they leave. They get up and leave. Because I'm like, watch your language. They can't curse. They can't say like the F word. Watch your language, watch your language. They can't put their feet up on the sofa. They can't, so I've learned, I've spent all the time of my life by myself. And I love working. So I work the holidays. And when I went to basic training, I work right through Christmas. I'm not going home, work right through Christmas. And lately when I went to school, I was there on Thanksgiving and somebody had duty. And they'll pay you like $100. I learned in basic, I stopped. No. I don't accept any money. And so I'll do duty for someone for free on Thanksgiving, even when it's not my day. And even the drill sergeants would ask me, because I would be the only soldier that was still in the barracks, okay, during AIT, okay, and some other soldier would have skipped their duty, and they just asked me, and I'm there, and I'm like, hey, yeah, cool, and I learned from Derek Jeter, who I had read from, that the more that you do these duties, it just gives you more discipline, so it's a blessing. So yeah, I'm happy either way. I love working, right? I work during every holiday, and I intend to be working this holiday. I don't think there's been a Christmas where I haven't been, like, lately writing the president and writing IG in the army, actually. So anyway, my point is that after I didn't trust people very much, but I love my teachers. I always wanted to be a teacher. I wanted to be a teacher, a singer, and an actress growing up, okay? So now this was the part that I had blocked out that I totally just remembered, all right? So my dad actually, see, the thing about that, so dad eventually left and closed the door. Now my sister said that, changing hands, but my sister said that as soon as my dad left, she rushed over to me because she remembers this day. My brother's like, I don't remember. So my sister remembers this day because as I started to grow, I started to ask myself, I wanted to be what I consider to be a better person. As you see, it says I am nice. I was like, because I just wanted to be a better person and get along better with my peers because I just didn't trust them. If they talked to me, I didn't really interact with. So I never got into trouble. Because I never dated and none of that. And right now, I don't, by the grace of God, and knock on wood, I don't drink or smoke or go out or anything, dating or clubbing or anything like that. Because I'm just so really right now, so far removed. And I'm into more building businesses and working around the clock. This is all I'm interested in, and exercising around the clock. I actually went to the Planet Fitness. So was it 7 days a week when I was able? 7 days a week, 7 days a week, like 8 or 9 hours a day. And I fasted on Sunday, and I got a 6-pack, dude. I just saw the pictures from my 6-pack. I was solid rock muscle, top to bottom. So I love working all the time. So I just work, and I will be the first person there. Affirmation, and all my formations after duty. And I love working. One time I was going to go, and I never went out either in active duty. I always stayed in my room, right? So people go out, they go traveling and stuff. And they were like, you should travel. When we were in Germany, they're like, you should travel. I was like, no. Sad travel and stuff like that. And drama and that stuff like that. That's what I thought. And another thing, but I was blessed to travel, because I was going to travel by myself. And my sergeant said, no, No. So, so I asked my sergeant. I always have the best sergeants. I should tell you, have the best teachers and the best sergeants, best leaders, everything. And for the most part, I've been pretty blessed. And so my sergeant said no. So me and my mom, we traveled to Hawaii together, blessed, and we did Florida. Florida was like on a budget, shoestring budget. But then when we went to Hawaii, it was so much better. She was able to buy anything she wanted, anything she wanted. And then we went to the Eiffel Tower. Now the Eiffel Tower was middle budget, so it's like it was because I had so I was blessed to serve, and we had this savings program. So I had put money in the savings program. So so when we went to Hawaii, this mom wanted something. I was like, oh, let me just dip into my savings program. So she was getting everything and anything she wanted. Anything there, they had pearls there, and I was just asking, do you want this? Do you want this? Do you want this? She just got what she wanted. She wanted this art book. She's an artist. She wanted this art book, this big art book. So then we also went to Vegas. So we went 4 places. Okay, this is by serving. I was blessed to have this and saving all that. We went to Hawaii, then Paris. She always wanted to go. She was gonna hitchhike, okay, across country and go to Paris. She's this artist. You know, she's from the 60s. So she's gonna hitchhike. Okay. And she made it as far as New York. She tells this story, and then went to the army. And was blessed that we went to Paris and did that, you know, by the Eiffel Tower. Our room was right by that. They charge a lot. In Paris, they charge a lot. In Hawaii, they're like, free water. Here's a lei, free water, okay? I went to Paris, the water's like, could be $6 to $17 per water. They charge a lot. But we had, breakfast was like on the house for when breakfast was on the house. I'd be like, Mom, we should save some of the biscuits and save some. We were on like a budget for Paris. But we were blessed to go on a budget. And then so we did that, and then I forgot we went to Florida. That's where I got one of the jackets that you see me dancing in. That's where I got that jacket with the Walmart at Florida. I got on the bus. Mom's like, I'm not leaving, because our budget was shoestring by that time. We were in a motel. I thought it was a hotel, and I thought it said 4 stars. So anyway, I got off way off topic. Okay, so I ended up being so my sister said that she ran over to me after my dad left. So dad eventually left, closed door, and she said I changed after that. She said I would try to play with you, and you would like fight me, because I guess I became like angry and feisty, you know. And she said I talked to Mom about it, and I said, Mom, Anna's changed. She needs help, you know, as a kid. And my mom was like, you know, basically, and not that she said like, girl, we apparently raising kids, they you know, I could see you were okay, and there wasn't anything the matter with you, and we busy working and stuff, and our minds are not on that like that. Okay, I had a slight change in personality that she was able to identify. Okay, but my mom, I was still the same kid with my mom, right? Okay, so this is just with my sister and brother, basically. When they tried to play, and that's right. Whenever they tried to play with me, it would be like, let's play tag, and I'd say, no, you guys are on that side, and I'm on this side, and I just changed completely. Yeah, that was true. I did change. And then as I start so now my sister's wonderful. My brother is amazing. Like the animals love my brother because he's so sweet in nature. I think he reminds me of my dad. Now this is the memory about my dad that I had, I don't know, blocked out or didn't, because what happens is as a child, we make a pact with ourselves. So I said, I put up walls, and I'm never going to remove these walls, right? Okay. Now, every human being does that, and then they start to form their personality and their character and da. So basically, I was shy. I want to be a teacher, so I'll teach, I'll act and sing, you know. But as far as socializing with my peers, no. But I'm always attracted to teachers, leaders, police officers, and I just love talking with them, and they love talking with me too, and and they love the fact that I'm listening to them and following the rules, and that I'm inquisitive about their job. Okay. And not so much like an adult that was interested in talking with me, and they were just like an adult. Like, because I remember that one of my relatives had like a guest over, and they were talking to me, and after a while I said, an adult shouldn't be talking to a kid. So I didn't really talk to this adult. Okay. So or one time when Mom took us to go get, I don't really remember maybe to an eye doctor or something, some kid doctor, something like that. They went to a doctor, and then the doctor goes, "Hey, I'm going to take you guys to McDonald's." Okay, this is why we were supposed to be waiting for my mom. And I say no. And my sister's like, "Yeah, sure, let's go get some McDonald's." And my brother's just a baby. Yeah. And I say no. And Trina says, "Well, you can just go on and take us." And then the doctor says, "No, no, no. I want her to agree." Me. And I say, "No, I'm waiting for my mom." Because I don't trust people. So it's not that I just hung with adults. Because I didn't just hang with adults, but I love my teachers. I love my teachers. Okay. So the substitute teachers that always came to our class, I always would stay after class or talk to my substitute teachers, explain to them the personalities of the kids, and that if they were, because sometimes kids, when they see a substitute teacher, they act different, and I'm like, just like, don't take them seriously, or because a lot of the substitute teachers were coming from college. Now, I was a kid, I didn't quite understand all that. But I don't know why, I was just attracted to my teachers. I've always been attracted to leaders, not like dating attraction, not like platonically. Just that's where I always, during my high school, I had my lunches in my teachers' rooms sometimes. And then, but mainly as a kid, I would either go to the library, a lot of my lunches at the library, or sitting by myself. Okay. That's just what I do. It's most comfortable. And then so okay, now this is the memory about my dad that I blocked out. The memory that I blocked out about my dad is that the very next time that he talked with me, to scold me actually, he did all these key psychological things that a person would want, that I have said that I wish he had done. He basically took a knee to talk to me, so eye-to-eye level, tone 40. He didn't raise his voice at any level. He held my hand in his hand. He spoke softly. He spoke gently. He separated me from Trina and Tony so he didn't embarrass me. And I was like, wow. Now, this is me realizing now, way after this has happened. This is how he programmed me through life. Now, as I grew, I realized that, because I watched the kids interact as I was growing, and I said, Mom, I don't want to be this way where I'm not comfortable around my peers. I really want to work on myself. So that's when I started reading books on anger, reading books on psychology, trying to figure out why I am the way I am when I just really don't want to interact with my peers. Whereas I see my brother, like when we go over family's house, everybody's attracted to my brother, and they'll play games, and I'm like, no, I don't want to play. But I would like to have that camaraderie in a sense. Yes and no. And so yes, and I do want the camaraderie, but I don't. However, I do feel that it's healthy to be able to relate to your peers. Okay. Now, when I do background work, I have no issue getting along with my peers. A lot of time I spend time with the security guard. Why that is, I usually before the recent events, the hazing and harassing started. I would spend time with the security guard, make sure they had lunch, and I always got along with the people from background. The reason for that is that no long-term relationships. So and we're not exchanging numbers or anything, and I always feel safer, I guess, in those situations. And so I just my personality shines, and I'm just comfortable. Okay. And so I get along great with everybody in background, and I've been doing that one since a while now, since 2003, 2005, something. Okay. Since before the Army, of course, I went to the active Army, and then in the reserves. Then I went back into doing it. And so then I realized that about my dad. And so I started working on myself, and I realized that that in the Army I identified too, that I had like a form of anxiety, which means that they put anxiety ability to adjust. Okay. Now, I'd already gone to the Mount Sinai Upper Bound summer camps and lived around other peers and things, and did just fine. Got good college credit, did fine. I did it every single summer for 3 summers. This was just a situation where we're living with individuals and different things are expected of us. Pressures put on us. We're away from our family for a longer period of time than I think the summer camps, maybe. So which maybe have been about a month, let's say, I guess, I don't know, but around there. So anyway, they gave me like an attach, which was a very mild form of anxiety. And yet I was doing studying on myself, psychology, to understand like why I was this way, how I could change. And my friend told me, when I kept complaining to him in the Army, he said, why don't you go see someone? So I actually self-referred myself for anxiety. And I went to talk to somebody who explained to me that, because I would always say, hi, how are you doing? Good morning. I always would greet the soldiers, you know. And they wouldn't greet me back. Okay, and I don't know if this is why they were doing, if it was hating, harassing, then or why. But they would never greet me back. Okay, maybe because I'm always going to be correcting them and all that, right? So, but anyway, he explained to me that just because you think it's something amazing to say good morning in the morning, that everybody didn't want to do that. Different complexity of reasons why. Maybe they know that no one wants to really hang with you socially, so they don't want to become, say hi and then you... Because nobody wanted to hang with me socially, but that was the way that I wanted it. And it wasn't like I did things on purpose, but I just have a way about me that people just... Because me, socially, the only thing I really want to talk about is how to better yourself, positive thinking, work harder, be better. That's all I'm going to talk about. So it's almost like you're in a conversation with a teacher or with some leader or something. I'm not going to like shoot the breeze. I mean, I've learned to say, oh, beautiful weather. But after a while, I'm going to start saying, what are your goals? What are you interested in? How can you work on them? And what are you doing to better yourself? And da-da-da. So my conversation was basically like that. I have my friends, the most amazing friends ever. I'm thinking about it just lately. I'm so blessed. So I was happy. To me, it just helped me stay out of drama, And as far as dating, when you have, to me, so many challenges or challenges you got working on, you're only going to attract the equivalent that's what's inside, of you. So I might as well just work on me, because I had so many growth things I had to do that that just definitely wouldn't have been the answer. Because then you're multiplying the issue. It is times 2. It's times 2 of me. It just makes it worse. And then you get romantic feelings involved. Then this just, to me, it's just going to spiral from there. So, okay. So I feel really grateful and blessed. I'm perfect. You're perfect. Okay. So I want to be a singer and an actress. So what I told God at my mom's house was, I told God, I said, I need to make a change. I don't want to be this person that's withdrawn from people, because I'll never be the singer. And so I made a decision when I was growing up. I wanted to be a teacher, singer, and actress. And I said, you could be a teacher, but one day you're going to see an actress and a singer on stage, and you're going to feel like you didn't do what you should have did in your life. And I don't want you to do that, because that's not fair to the kids. It's not fair to you. So I said, you need to be a singer, because you have to stretch yourself a lot more. You have to work harder. The road's going to be harder for you as a singer. So I'm gonna make you become a singer actress instead of the teacher road. Okay, that was chosen by me like around as I was growing, making the decision. I think maybe as a senior, like as in high school, I was making that decision. Okay, right around there. I believe right around there. Just make that decision. What am I going to do? So the decision was made. We're doing singing and acting, because it's going to stretch you more, because I didn't get along with my parents. So once I made that decision, I started saying, wow, my brother's so well adjusted. That's all. How people think these thoughts to themselves. They don't tell. Of course, I never told my brother this stuff. Me and my brother weren't necessarily getting along. I was always saying, you should do this, you should do that. Being that kind of person. We didn't necessarily get along. Matter of fact, me and my mom were very close at the time. People called me Little Kathy, Little Tanya. Because I just was like my mom. I quoted her. We laughed at the same jokes. We laughed at the same amount of time. And I loved it. Discipline. It was just perfect for me. So my sister and my brother, they were like, here she comes. Here she comes again. First, favorite by her dad, and now here she is with mom. They're always acting the same, okay? That's what they're thinking. And they would try to say, hey, it's your birthday, it's such and such holiday. come on, why don't you come hang out with us? And I was like, no way. That is just against my inner mind. And I had to spend time to realize this, because I didn't remember the memory about my dad, but this was looping in my head the whole time, right? So eventually I realized that, and meanwhile, me and my mom are making books and CDs. So my sister and brother's probably like, I just can't take it from all this, you know. And then I explained to them I realized this memory with my dad, because even when I'm talking with my dad on the phone, because he had returned to Jamaica at one point. He raised us for a good amount of time for me, and I think Dad's a great dad. And so I hadn't realized it then, and then I didn't realize it until later, and I told them these things. So so I'm at my mom's house. I'm thinking, wow, my brother's so well adjusted. And my sister too, because she's just, you know, she's the life of the party. And my brother, I feel my brother, we went to Malibu High School, and like magnets, Tony just has such a beautiful spirit that, like, I would come downstairs, I was like 5 people surrounding around Tony. I feel like 50 people like surrounding around Tony. That's how I felt. And they're just magnetized to him, and they were like, do you need anything? Do you need anything? Can I help you with anything? They just loved him so much. They were right about his spirit. He's wonderful, wonderful. They could feel his spirit. These were people who could truly feel his spirit. Okay, so that's the kind of person he really is. I remember one time, me and my brother, as kids, went to my mom's job, and it was a little Santa Claus. Okay, now we were kids, like maybe 12-ish, or, you know, in our teens, I guess, ish, you know. And his Santa Claus is there, you know, they're doing this holiday thing, you know, and then Santa's going to give us a cane, so we get to go and talk to Santa, right? So everybody's in line to go talk to Santa, and I'm in line, and they're giving you like a little candy cane and all that. And there were some little tiny kids there too. So I was just in line going, and I got my little candy cane, and I didn't think anything about it. My brother, though, however, every time a little kid got in line, he got out of line. He was like, I can't, have to let the little kid first. So it took my brother like an hour to go get his candy cane. When we got in the car, like, I hadn't noticed any of this. When we got out of the car, we got into the car to go home. I had my candy, and I was like, look, I have this candy cane, and Tony had like 3 or 4 candy canes or something like that, like 3 or 4 of what I had, he had, and we had these little gifts and stuff. And I said, oh my God, how'd you get that? I had to wait in line, and how'd you get that? And my brother goes, I don't know how I got it. He's like, there's these little kids, and I was like, I can't be in front of them. They need to go first. This is my brother's spirit, right? And so so he had to wait like about an hour. He said the Santa Claus said, I saw you do that. I saw you get out of line every single time, and I'm going to give you like 4 candy canes. I was like, oh my God. That's when I think I started to recognize that I wanted to be a better person. As you can see, it says I am nice. I mean, that's when I said, I understand that I don't trust my peers, and that's okay, because sometimes the peers were getting in trouble anyway, okay? Doing stuff that I didn't want to do, talking about stuff I didn't have to be bothered with any of that. Growing up too fast, hearing stuff I didn't need to even hear. I didn't have to bother with any of that, because guess what? I was in the library by myself, reading some book, or with one of my buddies, just by myself, eating lunch, mainly. So I didn't have to worry about any of that, which is great. If you don't put a lot of stuff in your head, you don't have to go back as an adult and try to erase it. Because like they say, once a mind expand, it's hard to shrink it back, right? So I said at Mom's house, and this is what I said. I said, God, take me, break me, and remake me. You're going to have to take me, God, basically I was saying, and I'm going to have to stretch and grow. I don't want to perish from what you're doing. And yet I want to be a better person. And I was crying. Now, there was one other time I remember crying and talking to God. Maybe there's some others, but the main other one I remember when, so my dad doesn't wear glasses. Almost nobody in my family wears glasses, okay? The only person is Mom. And the only reason why she wears glasses, nobody in her family is wearing glasses. The only reason why she wears glasses is she's an avid reader. And she wasn't supposed to be reading all the time. So it's nighttime. She's supposed to be sleeping, and she'd be reading. Okay, so that's what made her need. She didn't naturally need glasses. I don't know what was going on, but one of my cousins was saying to my brother, your eyes are blurry, right? Almost like that. Like, you can't see that sign, right? Okay. So basically they get him glasses. I don't know if he actually needed glasses because he's a little kid. Because if you keep saying over and over, you can't see that, you can't see that, the kid eventually is going to say, yeah. I don't really know because I'm not my brother. I have no idea. I don't know. Okay. But I do remember one of a little kid too, like maybe 15 or something, is going, you can't see that sign, right? And I don't know, maybe that's what happened to that kid, why they didn't need glasses. Okay. Now, I didn't need glasses, but when my brother came home with those little glasses, my mom goes, because we were over relative's house. My mom goes, oh, you're so cute, you're so cute, and gave my brother all this attention. I always noticed when my mom was giving attention to my brother, or giving him attention. And I said, I want that. So I told the relatives, oh, I can't see that sign. So they went and got me glasses. Now, I believe the doctor would know that I could see and everything. Because you can tell kids aren't good fibbers at all, right? They can tell. However, you get an extra $100, I imagine. I'm not saying that they're being like unethical or so. And I could see the letters fine. Okay. So anyway, they got me glasses, and but I stopped liking the glasses by the time that I was in school. Like, I don't know, by the time that I was sometime in school, like, I don't even remember when I stopped liking these glasses. I stopped like wearing them. I don't know if because they would tease you, but they didn't tease me much about the glasses. I didn't like having to wear them. I didn't like having to keep them. I just didn't like having these glasses. So I try not to wear them. I don't have any glasses. But my parents would say, my mom would say, you better wear those glasses. You know you need those glasses, and you better not let me see you without them. You know, you're going to get in trouble, okay? So now I'm wearing these glasses. And when you wear glasses, whether you need them or not, they're going to mess your eyes up, okay? So I eventually did need the glasses. Now I had to wear them, but I couldn't stand them. So the only other time that I remember crying very much was it God? You know, I was by myself in mom's room, and in the room that eventually became my room. I said, God, I don't really need these glasses. I don't want them. I don't like them. And God said, this is what God said after maybe 30 minutes of deep crying, praying to God. Oh, as a kid, God goes, one day you won't need glasses anymore. That's what God says to me. Immediately, I stopped crying and feel a feeling of security and just trust this. I didn't know anything about LASIK once I got into the Army. Now, this is like well after this day happened. And when I found out about LASIK existed, I got on a line to go in the Army. And then they said, yeah, I might be deployed for this music program. Okay, to sing in this music program, which didn't pan out. And yet, so they couldn't do the LASIK surgery in the Army, but they said, you're good. The first they check your eyes and make sure you're good. They're like, you're good. So I went and got LASIK on my eyes. I immediately, as soon as I knew they had it, before going to Fort Irwin, I went and got LASIK in like around 2009. So, and they did one eye in one facility, one eye in another. And then I had 20/20 vision. And it was like fulfill what God had said was going to happen, okay? So, that was the only other time I remember crying. Okay, that hard. Okay, and I had my moments of my crying and talking with God. And so this time I said, God, take me, break me, and make me. I was crying in my mom's room. I remember I was in my bed, and I was just like, oh, and not like loud like that. You know, when a person's crying, they're just like keeping it to themselves. Okay, there's this rule: you're not supposed to cry. Blah 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 blah. Okay. My mom, I don't think my mom lived up by that. We don't have that rule. Just cry and cry away. But also, this is a personal one to me. So, mom always says, cry or you need to cry in your pillow if you have to. If you're in like a public, if you're in a college dorm or something, get up and go wash your face. Okay? And get back to work. That's what my mom says. Let it out, and then wash your face, get it back to work. Okay? You have to let people see you cry. That's what my mom says. One of my friends said, I never cried. My friend said, I cry in the shower. I would never, ever cry. Now, this is these rules that people make up with crying. Crying, which is emotion, okay? Which is seen as quote-unquote a weakness, okay? So, and we're not living by these rules. We're making sure that you, if you must, but you must get you must get those emotions on out. Okay, like you say, crying to people if you need to, or in the shower. And then, but mom always says, wipe your face now and get back to work. Okay, it's very important. So yeah, so I asked that. Now, I always want to be a singer and an actress, and as I mentioned before, I just don't get along with it. I couldn't see myself really getting along with the producer. To, and being in a studio long enough, I couldn't imagine that. Okay. So I knew I wouldn't have a really good career in the music industry. Okay. And in addition to that, I've had a lot of people in the industry show me interest for my talent. I believe everyone has talent. My singing, my acting, that sort of thing, performing, entertaining. And like Master P, I was signed to the Norwood agency later, is blessed. And Brandy, I'm a huge Brandy fan. I'm a huge Brandy family fan. Norwood family fan. I'm very very huge fan. Okay, so I was very blessed. And I tried out for everything. So that's American Idol, The Voice, everything. They had Missy Elliott Triple Threat. They had the Pussycat Dolls had one. They had TLC had one. I tried out for all of them, and I did pretty good on some. P Diddy's Making the Band. I even tried out for that. I tried for everything. So and I did pretty good on some of them. And Rava says, who at the Norwood agency, she told me, don't say you're not ready. So I'm not gonna say that. I'm saying that I just had more development to do. I think if she say that's okay to say. Okay. So I just didn't think I was gonna make it in the industry. I always thought that I would like say something that would mess me up because my subconscious mind would always make its appearance. Okay, like if you watch, I just watched Inception. I made a tape about that, about how your subconscious mind can jump in, make its appearance, say the wrong thing, and then leave, and then you're like, why did I say that? And mess everything up, and then leave. Okay. So that's what would happen with me. And my subconscious mind was like, no, you don't get to go there. Okay. And my mind was saying, well, Dad and God were like the same. In my mind, my child mind. God wouldn't have let this happen if I was meant to succeed. Dad wouldn't have ran to the room and took the candy. Okay. So, and you would say, oh, ha, ha, ha. Well, little kids do connect this kind of stuff together, right? So, not that Dad is God, but it's like their intentions are the same. Dad and God does not want me to succeed, okay? So, and I did. Now, other people don't have to do this, and I pray that they don't have to. But if you do have to do stuff, analyzation, before you take any advice, make sure you check with your own advisor too, right? So, so I spent a lot of time analyzing myself. I analyze myself by what I think, what I do, what I'm thinking, what I'm doing, what my motivations are, and stuff like that. Mom would say too much thinking, get to action, get to work, right? That's why I learned how to just make books, make CDs and stuff from my mom. Okay. So I asked God to do this for me. So I went to the active army and it just excelled at everything because I like discipline. I love rules. Work. I got all these awards. Okay. So AAM, ARCOM, Silver Spurs and the Gold Spurs. Okay, I did the spur ride, everything, right? And so in active duty, I was also blessed to get 299 on my PT test. I came there with the PT patch, and then I ended up losing it. And I promised the soldiers I'm gonna get my PT patch back. I just started running around the base on every other day. So on the run days, I didn't run around the base. I went to the gym. And on the non-run days, I just ran around the base of Fort Irwin, which you could say is, I guess is not as large as, but it actually is. I would just run, and I would just run for maybe an hour, maybe two or something. And then I got a 299. I didn't even expect it. I didn't say, but I got my PT patch back, right? Oh, and they gave me a certificate of achievement, so I got these awards. Okay. Now, the challenge for me started after I left active duty. And here's the reason why. I want to explain to you that, okay, our subconscious mind will jump in and make his appearance like in Inception. No joke about that. Okay? Our subconscious mind will determine what we're allowed to have and what we're allowed to do. Now, we may or may not agree with that, but it will mess things up for that individual. I want to say it will mess things up for you, but I don't want to say you, okay? The subconscious mind has a lot of different rules. It'll say, you can't date this person, you can't have this much success, you can't have this much money, you can't do that, okay? Sometimes we're on judge and jury. Now, my mind was telling me, you cannot be successful, okay? You can't be a singer actress. You're not allowed to be successful. You're just not allowed. So it didn't matter what you do, I was gonna mess it up. When I got out of active duty, my subconscious mind started to kick in. And it started to say, you are not going to be able to be the singer that you want to be. So you're going to have to attract a lot of reasons you can blame why you're not successful. So as soon as I got out of active duty, I started saying, I'm going to be signed in... I'm going to be signed to a major record label. That's what I was saying. And now I have my own label now. I always have my own label. But I said, I'm going to be signed. Okay? I'm going to be signed to a major record label in 6 months or less. Okay? I started studying all these musicians, how they got signed and stuff. And I was like, oh, Destiny Child's did it this way. I'm going to do it this way. And so my mind, though, however, was like, ain't going to happen. Ain't going to happen. And I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. Since you are not allowed to be successful, God doesn't allow it, your father doesn't allow it, stop trying to fight that. Stop trying to fight back with that. I'm gonna create something that you can blame, that it's them. It's that. It's not you, of course, because you don't want the world to know that you're scared and that you just don't feel you can succeed and that you trip yourself up every time and that you just feel you're a bad kid inside. You're still that little kid. And so since you don't want to appear vulnerable, that, you don't cry in public thing, then my subconscious mind, I'm going to create something for you where you could fail big time and you won't have to blame you. That's what my subconscious mind is doing. My conscious mind is slightly aware of that. But my conscious mind is, I gotta get signed. Moving around, running around, right? Fast. Now, meanwhile, this is when the hazing and harassing starts in my life. Okay. So I made it signed in 6 months. Between these two periods of time, my vibrational frequency was brought down because I was found out that I wasn't going to be able to have kids. Okay. So I went through this whole thing where I found out I wouldn't be able to have kids. So my vibrational frequency was brought down. Now, right after that, as soon as my vibrational frequency started to rise again, I was pulled over in Lancaster, okay? Now, I was pulled over and arrested for resisting arrest. It's less than 1% of stops that result in a resisting arrest charge, okay? Lancaster is like only 5 people that live out here, okay? That's an exaggeration. There are very small, there's a very small amount of people in this desert area, okay? Now it's less than 1%. So it's more or less my attraction. Now I will say that my grandma, when I was a kid, she grew weed, like $1 million worth of weed, and was caught by the FBI, okay? This is a story I hear. Of course, I wasn't there. But that's what I heard, okay? Now, my mom then says that the FBI, I do believe that she was saying this, came by her house or something. But they didn't say, hey, I'm the FBI or something. And this is what she would say, that somebody just walked by her house and said, yes, I'm at such and such address, blah, blah, blah. And she said they did it without even looking up. Oh, my gosh. So my mom tells this story, okay? So I'm pulled over. Now, I just found out lately that there's a 4th Amendment right that says it can't be like a random stop, routine stop type deal, okay? 4th Amendment right says you have to be in process of creating some crime if you're pulled over. Now, it's pitch black dark. And let me just say that when I was at Fort Irwin, pitch black dark. I pull over because I'm lost. I passed the ramp and I didn't know where it was. So I called my squad leader, okay? He was a specialist because our unit wasn't there. And so we had our specialist was our squad leader. And my squad leader says, you passed the point where you're supposed to go. Just get off and get back on, okay? Now, I had saw some police officers' car on the freeway, and I had just made way for them. I was trying to make way. Now, I was on the shoulder, and I turned my lights back on and got ready to get back in the flow of traffic on the freeway. This is a desert, okay? So it's pitch black dark, and cars are just going by. Turn my lights back on to merge back into traffic, and the officers had pulled behind me and had turned their lights off. Now, my mom had told me that a black girl was last seen by police officers and then, like, I don't know, never heard from again or something, right in that area. This is something that she told me, like, that week or something. And now this is Fort Irwin, so I'm visiting my family, going to see them in LA, California. So anyway, they turned their lights on and they pulled me over. They were behind me with their lights off. So now they come to the car and they say, do you drink, you smoke? And I'm saying no. And then I say, I'm in the Army, and I got off with the wrong, I went too far and I'm getting ready to turn around. They're like, well, why don't your car have a new license plate? And I said, well, I just purchased this car. And then they say, okay, wait. And so they kept going back to their car and going back to their car and going back. One would stay there and with their flashlight looking at my car, and one would go back. So, so I'm in the Army, and, I'm stationed here at Fort Irwin, and then they keep doing that. So I said, I need to call my platoon sergeant. No, you can't call. I can't make any phone calls. I said, I have to do that for accountability. So I get it. But anyway, they're on the passenger side. Okay. So because the cars are going by on the driver's side. So I'm on the phone, and it's going to be on speaker. And I say, I think I need you to come out here and come get me, because these officers are keeping me here for a very long time. And my squad leader says, oh, don't worry about it. They're just going to ask you a couple questions and then send you on your way. And I said, okay. But they keep asking me questions. I say, you need to come get me. I think you need to come get me, my car's white. It has, it's white. You need to come get me. You need to come get me right now. And then finally my squad leader says, after so many minutes of my squad leader seeing that I'm still there, then my squad leader finally says, okay, I'm gonna come get you. The minute that my squad leader says, I'm gonna come get you, the officers say, you can go now. That's okay, you can go. But don't get lost again. I say, okay. And I leave my squad leader on the phone. I say, it's okay, you stay on the phone while I get off the ramp and get back on. And my squad leader says, yes. I get off the ramp quickly, get back on quickly, drive home at the speed limit, and oh my God, I kiss the ground when I get back, because I am just shaking like a leaf on the tree, of course. And I'm back, and I thank my squad leader so much. Okay. Now, this kind of situation where you're going through something like that, and even police officers say that when things like that happen, if something, they're shaking like a leaf on the tree. There was an officer that came to our unit to talk to the soldiers. And when I told the officer what had happened, the officer said, well, maybe they were doing some training. Okay. That's what he said. I don't know if that's what that was. So meanwhile, and I'm in Lancaster, and I'm driving, and I see a police car. So I'm like, let me get behind the police car, and I'll just drive home there. Because there's no other cars on the road, just me and the police car. So maybe a straggling car every now and then. So I get behind this police officer, and another police car gets behind me. And I'm like, I don't think I like having a police car behind me. So, because nobody else, just a dark desert road again, and just the police car. So I said, let me just U-turn here, and I'll just get from the front end. So I just wait until it's appropriate time for a U-turn and make a nice slow U-turn going in. The police car follows me. So, and it's nobody else on the road, just me. And the police car following me very closely, okay? So I'm like, I know the police car is not following me. So anyway, I'm getting ready to go back U-turn and just going home. I know they're not following me. I know this, they're just not following me. So I make a U-turn, and I wait till it's the appropriate time to make the U-turn, put on my clicker, and make my slow U-turn and go on. The police car pulls me over. They are not supposed to do that. I didn't like swerve and do like a, one of those little tire track things, like how the race car, no. I'm actually a slow driver. Matter of fact, my squad leader, one time I was trying to hail my squad leader, and I was like, and my squad leader says, you drive slow. I was a slow driver. Matter of fact, my first sergeant said, who is this slow driver? I am a slow driver. For the most part, I'm just a slow driver. So I wait, and I was cautiously making my turns, making them legally. Pull me over. And so I get out of the car and walk over to the car and I say, and by the way, I had active duty orders to go into my unit. Because of that, I had left my ID in my uniform. And I had gone to school in my civilian clothes and I could not find my ID because I had left my ID with my military ID. Because I was getting ready to do, so I have night school. I had night school in like near the like Valley LA area and Tarzana area. In Tarzana. So, and I'm driving back to Lancaster. So by now, and it's night school. So I get up at 11. So now it's about like 1, 2, right? So it's no one on the road. Okay, it's nobody that lives out here, really. That's where you get the best price to buy a home. That's why. Because when you try to buy it in like LA, they charge so much, okay? So I immediately, but I had my ID was in the car the whole time. It was in my military uniform, okay? And my military uniform was under the, not under, but where the passenger feet will go. That's where my military uniform was. And my car was junky, okay? So it was under like my backpack, my books, everything. So I was a transient, so it's because I live out here, my mom lives in LA by my school, I would kind of have so many things in my car, messy, wasn't neat at all. And so it's buried. My uniform was buried. And so I looked for my ID that day. Now, meantime, I had bought the house that my mom purchased, which was a 4-unit building with stores and everything. I had bought it by the time that I was 18, or at least my mom had given it to me. And then I was paying on it. So I paid on it for a long, long time. I paid on it. So I own the home. And I don't know if I mentioned that, but I was buying land. So anyway, I bought a home out here in Lancaster. But anyway, I was staying. But when I got into the military loan, I can get a VA loan. I decided to just give that house back to mom for like $1 because you do a quick claim deed. I didn't ask for anything back. I just let me give this back to you because I was supposed to keep it. So that the family could live there and the family could come. And then I said, Mom, I didn't want to live in that neighborhood anymore. And not that it was the hood, it's upper middle class. It was Crenshaw area, Crenshaw Heights. So I didn't want to live there anymore. So I said, Mom, I'm gonna give the house back to you. Okay? The house is now valued at $1 million. And she made a lot of money on it. I didn't ask her for anything off of that. Because it served me well. Somebody told me you should sell that and buy a house like in the South, in Georgia or something, because you could get 4 times the value. That's what somebody's telling me. My recruiter. So I gave that back to her. Now, during this period of time, Mom had decided to sell the house. Okay, there were a lot of things going on. In fact, a lot of the people who are living in that area, their places have been like sold and everything because they're doing like new construction. And so at this time, my mom is selling the house now after 30 years of owning that home. It's a very hard time for everyone. And so Mom was telling me to come get my stuff. At first I was like saying, you can just throw everything away. But she needs help, right? So I decide I'm going to start going to help her to pack her things. Because I have been kind of in my own little world, kids kind of can be stubborn. But finally I decided I was going to go. Now this particular night, I thought I had lost my ID. And I had went everywhere looking for my ID, retracking my steps from the night before. And I didn't find it. So I went over to Mom's house and grabbed some stuff, put it in my trunk, and said, I lost my ID. And usually when somebody loses something, tell them to slow down. That means they need to slow down. Okay, that's what that means. But I hadn't. It was in my military uniform. So I immediately go to the officer, who I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe they pulled me over. They pulled me over for no reason. So I went to the officer and said, sir, I don't have my ID. He said, get back in the car. So it's him and someone else. So I get back in the car and I sit and I wait. And then he says, I said, I don't have my ID. I'm going home to go get it. I don't have my ID, and I'm in the military. Oh, I don't tell him I'm in the military then. And he says, get out of the car. So I said, well, let me make a phone call. I just called my mom and told her, whenever somebody pulled me over, I always call my mom. He said, no, you can't. So he opened the door because I had already gotten out. Okay, so the door was already open. So he opened the door and pulled me out of the car, gently grabbed my arm and pulled me out of the car. And then he took his hand and did something with my thumb and easily just removed the phone from my hand. I didn't know you could do that. I guess it's just joint science or something. And he put the phone on top of the car. And then I said, sir, I work for the federal government. And he says, what do you do? I said, I'm in the United States Army. And he says, haha. Okay, because I think I look like, I don't know if I look like I was in high school. Okay, oops. I don't know if I look like I was a kid or something. So he's like, ha ha ha. So, and I was an E4 promotable. Okay, so I was going to the unit to start working on my classes for my E5, which now, I was able to get promoted shortly thereafter. Okay. And my sergeant was helping me also to work, because as a student, you start working, and at the time, the way that they did the GI Bill, and I had purchased the home, so I was trying to get some extra work too, so my sergeant was helping me. And so when I say that, he then calls for backup, right? So now he's calling for backup. He had my arms behind my back, one of my arms behind my back. He calls for backup, and then he just puts me on the ground, just lays me on the ground. And so now I'm like saying, somebody help me. Somebody help me. So something's wrong. Okay, he's putting me on the ground. Now I still have my keys. My car keys are in my hand. Okay, I'm laying on my hand with the car keys. And I'm like, oh, I know what to do. I can get my car to make an alarm and call somebody, because they pulled me over by a vacant lot. It's still there. Okay, it's a vacant lot. And it's on Sierra Street, and it's like, it's a vacant lot. Okay, so it's nothing there for at least a long half a block. Okay, so we're out there. I'm on the floor. I'm like, somebody help me. And I said, I can take the alarm and sound it so that people can hear what's happening here. And I'm not able. When I push the alarm, I look over and the door is open. The alarm's not going to sound. Okay. So they take my other hand and they cuff me from there. And I'm like saying, somebody help me. Okay. Now there is a car that goes by, because there's like no cars on the road. One car goes by. They hear me saying, help. They don't stop. I'm shocked. I have seen a officer pull over someone, happened to be African American, I don't know. But I went back and checked on him. I've done that more than once, because I'm making I feel like, I don't know, that's just something. However, so that happens. So I'm on the ground and say, help me, da. So the other officer comes over. Now, he didn't hear that I was in the Army at all. He didn't hear any of that. He comes over. Oh, no. So it's that first officer. Before I get cuffed, the other officer comes over. So this is after I've said, I'm in the Army, and the first officer laughs. Or chuckles, chuckles under his breath. And then this is, I have to say, this is allegedly, and I also have to say, this is my take on everything, okay? So I have to say allegedly, okay, here. Allegedly on everything in this, okay? So he chuckles under his breath, okay? Not rude, not sinister. He doesn't go like this and then squint his eyes, okay? So I don't think he has a mustache or anything, okay? So just he chuckles under his breath. And so after I say that, he calls for backup. I need backup, okay? That's what he says. I need backup. Something like that. I don't know. He calls for backup. The other officer arrives, and that's when the first cuff goes on the hand that was behind my back. Then they put me on the ground. My hand still is holding my key. So now I'm on my stomach with my hands holding my car keys. When I realized that it's not going to make a sound, they go ahead and grab the other arm, and then they cuff me. And he has like a knee on me, so I can't move. Okay. He's something on me. I guess they have this joint science. Not that I'm moving. I know to stay stiff as a board. Okay. Meanwhile, I know that I can yell for help. So I'm yelling for help. Okay. I'm yelling, somebody help me. The car goes right by and doesn't do anything. Okay, 1 or 2 cars go by, and I'm so surprised that they don't stop. That shocks me. Woo! That shocks me. That shocks me beyond shock. Okay, come from the Army. That would never be allowed. Okay, never, ever. Okay. Someone asking for help, you would stop immediately and say, I'm sorry, what's going on here? And I would call 911 immediately. I would get on the phone and call 911 and say someone was asking for help. That's what I would do. Anyway, that's how I feel. We all feel a certain way. We don't know if that's what we would do, okay? So anyway, the second officer, I don't know if that officer is Latino. I didn't have his chances. The other one seems Caucasian, okay? The other one. First one. He gets on a knee, that's the other one, and he pulls out his mace and sprays my eyes with all the mace. All of it, and so that it just sputters out where it didn't have anything left. So he sprays my eyes with mace. And so now I'm like, help me, I can barely, help me. Okay. And now my eyes are filled with mace, and I'm on my stomach. So I can only keep yelling so long. So eventually I just go monotone and just go, you know? Now, the second officer, like, reaches over. Now, I have this fake ponytail thing on. You guys see it's a fake ponytail thing. He grabs my hair. I guess he's trying to grab my head and pull it, because I'm stiff as a board. And this other officer has his knee on me, right? So I'm on the ground, facing the ground, doing everything but putting my nose on the concrete, okay? Now, he grabs at my ponytail, but see, African Americans would know. Okay, that's a ponytail piece. but actually, I do believe that white guys probably more than the female, and maybe even Latino guys. Okay, but I do know I've had the experience happen again. Okay, and it was with a photographer where I took off a hairpiece, and they're like, oh, and in the Army I took off one of my braids, and there was I think it was a white guy, and he goes, oh my God, okay. And I did that lately when I saw somebody with a wig. I look so natural and she lifted, and I was like, so he grabs, I guess he's grabbing at my ponytail to grab my hair or do something, and the ponytail comes off in his hand. And he goes, he goes, what in the world? And so this officer. So he sets that on the floor. Okay. And then he puts his hand on my head. Now, he makes my hair stand up on end. It wasn't doing that when they pull my car over. Okay. Now, all of a sudden, I'm just quiet because I'm standing there. I'm laying there. They're not moving. I'm not moving. It's just quiet. So I'm just laying there. Time goes by. Eventually, the officer stands me up. Now at some point, the officer reaches into my back pocket and pulls out, almost as if he knew it was there. It was a check that my teacher gave me for editing for her. Okay, now she's legally blind, I think, or something like that, but she teaches class. And I was just editing for her, and she had given me like a $25 check to do some editing work for her. And it's in my back pocket. He reached into my back pocket, took the check out, and threw it in my car. Okay. Now, when he laid me on the floor, he did so very slowly. I wear guy shoes. Okay, I wear men's Asics shoes, which are larger than my feet. Okay, about an 8.5, just so that it's comfortable. Okay, and I think I wear a size 9 in women's. So when he laid me down, my shoe just came off. My foot came right out of my shoe. Okay, because I was gripping the ground with my toes, but I knew not to move my body. And so he just stood me right out of my shoes. So now I had one shoe on and one shoe off. He stood me up, and there was like, you could say 1,000 police officers and fire department just standing there watching us. Just standing there watching. Now, it wasn't 1,000, but oh boy, it was a lot. And all the lights flickering. But they didn't have any sirens. Just flickering lights, like in the movies. Just flickering white and red, just all these flickering lights. As if the SWAT team is there, okay? Now they're just staring at us. I have no idea this is happening because I'm facing the cement. They stand me up. And when I see all these people, I'm like, somebody help me. Oh, I'm a specialist in the United States military, and I'm like, I'm an Iraq veteran, I'm deployed. Please help me. I'm a daughter and I'm a sister. And this is what you're supposed to say. So I'm just going. I keep repeating it. I'm in the Army. I'm in the Army. I'm in the honor roll. I'm a student. I go to school. I'm a full-time student. I keep going over and over. So they put me in the back of the squad car. Put me in tightly. I'm cuffed, right? They put the seatbelt tight, so I can't move. And close the door. Okay? And I keep saying, help me, help me, help me, help me. So the officer comes by and winds the window up so nobody can hear me say, help me. Closes the door. So I start mouthing to the fire department, help me, help me, help me. And so eventually they have the fire department look at me inside of my eyes. Do you drink or do you smoke? No. And then he's like, oh my God, is she going to launch out at me? She seems wild. This is the way he's talking. Okay. This is the tone he's giving. They know something's wrong, but they're trying to play it off because they don't want to, how animals are going to play it off. They know something's wrong. Okay. They were sitting there staring at this. I wasn't moving a muscle. So all of a sudden, an officer, now these were deputies, okay? They're corporals. They're the two little things, okay? So all of a sudden, into the back of this squad car comes a sergeant, and who seems like Latino or so. So he gets, not that race matters. And there weren't any women or African American that I saw. Not that matters, okay? Now, this guy, the Latino guy, I think it is. So he comes in and or it could have been a white guy. Yeah, I'm going to make this recording of you. My hair's sticking up, by the way. I can see my reflection in this glass that's inside this car. And he's saying, I'm gonna make a recording of you. And I said, I don't want to make a recording right now. I have a mace in my eyes, okay? And my hair's sticking up, and my arms are behind my back. I'm cuffed, and I'm in the back of this thing with the seatbelt on, okay? I'm gonna make a recording of you. No, thank you. And then I realized, I say, well, unless I don't have a choice. It's like something like that. So he's pressing record. Go. And I say, my name is Specialist Annor Doeman, and I'm in the Army. He says, stop. Almost like, cut. Do not say that. I say, but that's the truth. So he says, okay, we're going to go again. And I say, I'm Specialist Annor Doeman, I'm in the Army. He says, stop. Do not say you're in the Army. And I say, okay. How are you going to argue? And how are you going to argue with this, with an officer in the back of the car? Not that you're going to argue with him, but in such a situation, you're, to me, the best, I don't know. I just said, okay, I won't say I'm in the Army. Now, I told Mom this, and she said there are some people that would never agree. Okay, so that's good, So, but I read in the Bible somewhere that you should, I'm trying to hold this. It's a little brisk in here, so if it's a little shaky, I'm doing my best on this thing. Let's just see what I can do to get, but, see what I can do to stabilize it, okay? So I just didn't say I was in the Army. So I just said, hi, my name's Annor Doeman, because he told me don't say that, okay? So I wasn't allowed to say it. So I just said, now remember, my rights haven't been read to me this whole time. Nobody read any rights or anything or told me why any of this was happening. So I just said, my name's Annor Doeman, and the officers must have noticed something about me that caused them to pull me over, and I mean, they did a good job, and what they're trying to do was just keep the neighborhood safe. Okay, that's what I said. And he said good, and then he left. So they took me to the station. And well, at one point, the first officer, the one that I had talked to, the white officer, he said, I kept saying, call my sergeant for accountability. He said, well, where's your phone? I said, it's on top of the car where you had left it. So it's on top of the vehicle, is what I said. It's on top of the vehicle. Because there was a soldier. I kept calling, we used to do PMCS. We do PMCS, which means you just do a maintenance on your vehicle. And I used to say, go check the car. And he said, do not ever call it a car, it is a vehicle. So I oftentimes will just say vehicle. So I said, it's over there, it's on top of the vehicle, sir. And he said, you're talking like a machine. Stop talking like a machine. This is the officer saying this to me. And it shocks me because I had never heard anybody unsay what the soldier had said to me. Okay. So he goes and gets my phone. He says, give me the sergeant's number. I say, I don't have his number, but if you push S, it'll come up. Sergeant, S for sergeant. When he pushes S, because I used to put the whole alert roster inside my phone, and I used to wish everybody, Merry Christmas every year. I used to do that. So when he put S, all these sergeants' names came up. Anything with a sergeant. So Command Sergeant Major, anything. But I don't say Command Sergeant Major. I always just do CSM or whatever. So it's our whole alert roster. And he said, it was like, oh boy, this is his reaction. Okay, now he didn't say this. Okay, remember, this is all allegedly. I don't want anybody to say, oh, that sort of thing. So in that moment, he seems to show some kind of remorse of what had happened. So he goes back into the back of the seat and undoes my seatbelt and makes it looser at some point there. Okay. And I sense that he is now not happy with everything. And that kind of makes me say, in that moment, I say to myself, I don't want to get this officer in trouble. Now, I know that may be weird or strange that I would say something like that, but that's what I basically tell myself is, I don't want this officer to get in trouble. I don't want to hurt his career. I was like, almost like need to protect this officer. Now, I don't know why that will come to me. I don't know. But I was like, I'm not going to further this. In other words, we were raised at my mom's house to not ever sue anyone, okay? Then we had a Marshall Silver course that taught, don't waste your time suing, okay? And a lot of people, a lot of suits, if you don't understand the legal system, you could just waste a lot of money and a lot of time. So I've always been raised to just not do the suing thing, okay? Now, officers, the first thing they are taught to do is to protect themselves from a suit, okay? Because they live in the legal world. That's what the first thing they're going to think, okay? That's why they made the tape, and that's why they did the thing, stuff like that, okay? So anyway, when they do bring me to the station, an officer says, if she's in the Army, you're not supposed to, book her and arrest her or whatever. You're supposed to call her chain of command. They ignore him. He says it twice. He says it in front of me twice. Once he realizes that he's being ignored, he stops saying it, and then I don't know where he leaves. Maybe he goes home or something, leaves. They book me, and then a lady appears after maybe an hour, and she says, you guys haven't washed the mace out of her eyes yet. You're supposed to wash the mace out of her eyes. And there's like this water fountain thing, and she washes the mace out of my eyes. After the mace is washed out of my eyes, then a chief or a captain or something comes. Basically, he's basically saying, are you going to sue us? Basically, this was. And I'm basically, he didn't say that, okay? He just says, is it okay if we record you again? Now, my rights haven't been read to me yet, still. And I say, sure. Now, when they had recorded me before, my hair was sticking up and mace was in my eyes, and I was in the back of the thing. So they recorded me now in a more, same thing, in a more storehouse room looking setting. And just say what you said earlier in the car. And I just said, the officers seem like they're doing their job. They're just trying to keep the neighborhood safe. And so they had saw me make a U-turn, and maybe they felt that that they need to check and make sure that everything was safe and like that. So he said, okay, thank you. Then he left. Then they put me in the cell room, okay, in like a jail room. What do they call it? A jail cell? Jail cell, okay, by myself. And it's made out of concrete, or no, it's painted. It's like so you can't escape with a spoon. It's not funny either, but it's brick and it's painted. Okay, it's all concrete, so you can't get out, And then I think the bars are different or something. I don't know if it had bars or maybe it was a door. It's like a steel door, so you can't get out. Like if you're Superman, that's it. That's it. Okay, unless you're Superman. Okay, made out of steel or something. Those are the doors made out of steel. It wasn't like bars or anything. I don't think it was bars. I mean, it could have been. All I remember is eventually a lady came and she says, okay, you can go home. And she said, but just bring your ID. An officer came. And I said, but I don't have my ID and that's why I'm here. And then she closes the door back. I should have left right then when she did that. So they keep me there like, so now it's already 2. So they keep me there until like a detective arrives, okay? So now I guess they're imagining they're going to press charges against me. So now I go into this room. So now this detective calls me and she says, you can have a lawyer. And I remember this movie with Halle Berry. She says, I don't need a lawyer. So I say just like Halle Berry, I don't need a lawyer. Okay. Plus, I didn't want to wait there any longer. Okay. But Halle Berry ended up being, she ended up being the one that was doing stuff. You know, she ended up being guilty in the movie. I shouldn't give it away. But I said just like her, I don't need a lawyer. A lot of poor middle class people say that anyway. You should get a lawyer. Don't take my advice, but you should understand that police officers, their job is to build a case against you. This is their job, to build a case, okay? And so they're going to take like anything that you say to further their case. That's all, okay? So what you need to do is get a lawyer so that you don't speak anything. Matter of fact, you need to understand that you don't, just because they get a detective to talk to you, you don't have to talk to them. You say, no comment. Okay? You have to understand that you have the right to not say anything at any time. You never, ever, ever have to talk to anybody. Okay? First of all, you need to know that. Second, you can get a lawyer. The lawyer can tell you to talk. You don't have to talk to anyone. You don't have to say anything until the day of the court trial. I believe that's true, right? You don't have to say anything. Okay? So even to a lawyer, you don't have to say anything unless you want to. Okay? So you need to know that. And so I talked with this detective, and the detective played a recording of me, which showed that the officers had some type of recording device. They probably had some type of body cam, or audio recording, because he had the recording of me going, okay. But he edited it. He didn't play the part where I said, help me. Okay, so he and the whole department knew what had happened. If they had recorded devices, then they saw the whole thing. They know everything that happened. However, but he edited it. So he only played the part that goes on. And he says, why are you doing that? I said, because he was on top. I was on my stomach, and he had his knee on me, and there's only so much you can expand. You know, you're not going to be able to breathe through your stomach, expand your diaphragm. So that was it. I just had to make a monotone ah. And so, because with somebody on the added weight. So then he says, did you resist arrest? And I said, no. I want to make it clear I did not. And then he says, he kept asking me that same question. So I noticed that, and I told him about the situation where I was pulled over at Fort Irwin. And then he kept asking me the same question to see if I would make a mistake. Asking it backward, asking it forward. Same exact thing. Like he said, okay, thank you for telling me. Then where were you again? And I was like, I was lost. I didn't know where. And he kept trying to catch me up in a lie. Okay? But I was telling the truth. Thank God, right? So then I tell him that I'm trying to make the key make a sound. Now they had me on the ground at this point, cuffing me. And I said, I guess because I was trying to make my key under my belly, that he had his knee on me and my hand, they had laid me down on my hand. So I was like, I guess that could be resisting arrest, that I was trying to do that. And he says, maybe so. Okay, now you can go. So 6 months later, they charged me with resisting arrest. Okay, which didn't happen. 6 months later, they charged me with this. Now, my mom had gotten a lawyer. I didn't go to get a lawyer. I went to Fort Irwin. That's when I noticed things started to become weird in my life. This when hazing, harassing started in my life. So I went to Fort Irwin to get a lawyer, and she said, this happened to you in Los Angeles, we can't help you. In Lancaster, we can't help you because it's out of our jurisdiction. And she basically shooed me out. And same thing happened. I always went to talk therapy, and I told them what had happened. They were like, if a police officer pulled you over, that is so paranoid for you to say that. And I said, it's paranoid for me to say that someone pulled me over and then arrested me for resisting arrest. They were like, it's paranoid. And so that's when I started to realize that I just stopped going to those talk therapy sessions because, and they were like military family life consultants, because everybody started acting like strange or weird. I went to one person that I was going to see, and I was paying that person. I was telling him about the rest. They're like, you can talk about everything but that. And I went to one other person, because I was going to a lot of people, because I like to talk. And so I went to one other person, and their husband was standing outside the door listening to every word. And I was like, they're not supposed to do that. So that's when weirdness like started happening in my life. And so they charged me a resisting arrest. So I go in, and mom has me get this lawyer for like $5,000. Mom paid $1,000 down. The lawyer, I asked, hey, I need to speak with you, because my phone started to be tapped. As soon as I got home, maybe you might not call it tapped, but there was a huge echo that I could hear my voice repeat itself back, I don't know, 50,000 times, okay? like it's in a hall, okay? Or at least once. And it was so strange. Just all this weird stuff just started happening. So I didn't feel comfortable talking to my friends. I didn't want my friends, their phone to be tapped, and it just became so strange, okay? So meanwhile, and that's where I find my ID, because they took my car. So I had to walk to the Walmart barefoot because I only had one shoe. So eventually they let me out. After I told the detective that, they let me out, and I had to walk, and my phone was out of batteries. I had to walk to the Walmart in order to, like, maybe a couple miles with no shoes, because my other shoe was in the car. And let's see, I didn't have my house keys. I could have just walked home. They put my car keys inside the car and then impounded the car. I had no way to get home. So I had to walk to the Walmart, charge my phone on their free phone charger, barefoot, call my mom. And my mom came and got me. Then I had to pay $200 to get my car. I told my mom, I said, my car's probably still there on the side of the road. She says, no, they impounded your car. She says, no, they impounded your car. I said, they're not going to charge me to get my car out because I didn't do anything wrong. They're not going to charge me for that. She says, likely they're going to charge you. They're going to charge you something. And they did. They charged me like $100 or $200 just to get my car out. My car had my shoes and my car keys. And this is also, you can't get your car out without your ID. So I went home and looked and looked and looked. So to get inside my house, I had to get a locksmith. So I looked and looked and looked for my ID, and I couldn't find it. My sister came down. I had to pay my sister, or promise to pay her, like $50 or $100, because it's an hour drive to come down and get the locksmith. And my sister's like, just go through the window. I was like, I can't do that. I can't do that. Anyway, my windows don't open like that. They're like some kind of other kind of window, and just some kind of 1950s window. Because I got a good deal on the house, probably. So it whines or something. I've never even opened these windows, really. So he's like, break a window. I was like, no. So I got a locksmith to do that. And then I couldn't find my ID. It wasn't at home. So finally, my sister leaves. My sister leaves now. I mean, she's only staying for a day. Too much, right? Plus, my house is messy. My car was messy and everything, right? So she leaves. So I finally realize my ID is in my car, and it's in my military uniform, because I am settled enough to realize that. So I go to my neighbor and ask her if I could pay her like $10, $15, $20, I think, to drive me to the impound. Now she's driving me, and she goes something like, I work with police officers. This is what she says, something like this. And she goes, wait, I know this place. This is where people that get arrested. And I was trying not to say that. I was like, yeah, I just got arrested. And she's like, for what? I was like, I don't know. They never read me my rights, and they never told me why. Now the detective read me my rights. Okay. Now I go into I tell them I need to get into the car. My ID's in the car, but I can't take it. They won't let me take it, right? So I get inside of the car and I get my ID. Once I have my ID, I can take and go with my credit card and go get the money that they asked for, $200 or something. So they say, we're closing in 1 hour. I have to run many miles down to this place, because if I don't, I'm going to be stuck out there, because the neighbor's long gone. He went to work. So I'm running like a PT test, running to this gas station to go get this cash for them, because I think I had a card, but they didn't take card. Oh, they don't want no card. They want cash. So I run down and I come back 10 minutes to them closing. Like, I literally am like, I'm glad that I have the PG test and can do these 2-minute miles. No, it was less than an hour. It was like 30 minutes they were going to close. Something like that. Man, I had to run one way and one way back. Let's see, had to have been, oh my God, very small amount of time, like maybe 40 minutes, very small. Anyway, I made it just in time in minutes. And then, got my car. Okay, so let me rewind. I forgot something. So I was saying I'm going to be signed when I got out of the Army. I was saying I'm going to be signed. Oh, this is all allegedly. Allegedly for everything, okay? Yeah, and then they charged me. Okay, so they charged me for resisting arrest. So my mom gets this lawyer. I tell the lawyer on the phone, my phone's being tapped, right? So I keep changing my phones out, and it gets tapped every single time. I don't know how they did that. Because I've had phones before, there's no huge echo. And so people are like, maybe it's the tune bouncing off maybe it's the sound bouncing off of the sound tower for the phone, sort of thing I kept hearing. My phone's being tapped. This sort of thing I'm starting to hear. So meanwhile, I'm changing my phones out, and I call the lawyer and I say, I need to speak with you about what happened, because I wasn't in my rights, and you can throw a whole case out and things weren't done properly and da. So I just basically, I'm trying to get a dismissal. It's not even a case yet because they don't bring charges. I just need to talk to this lawyer. Lawyer goes, I can't talk to you. I don't want to talk over the phone. I don't feel comfortable. What do you need to say? I don't feel comfortable. I need to talk with you. The lawyer's like, I won't meet with you. Okay? Now we pay this lawyer. The lawyer contacts me by mail or phone or something and lets me know they've charged you. This is not funny. They charged me 6 months after they charged you. So be there at this day. Okay, so I go to this courtroom. They say your judge used to be a DA. Okay, that's the other side, not like the offense side, the defense side. Used to be a DA. Are you okay with it? He's a nice looking guy, a nice guy. I would have chosen him because I like authority. I said DA. Okay, fine. I was like, this is what God chose. Fine. So we go in there, and I say, sir, I'd like a complete dismissal. And well, first the lady is a DA assistant, and this is all allegedly. And she says, oh my God, you should see these charges. I had never read the report or anything. I still haven't yet. Oh God, you should see this. Oh my God. You need to say no contest as soon as possible, because this is huge. You just need to go on and say no contest. And I said, I want to get it dismissed. I didn't do anything. I'm completely innocent. And she goes, you don't understand. These, I don't know if she says a felony or misdemeanor or something, resisting arrest, and both officers said you resisted their arrest. Okay? She's like, it's 2 counts. And I said, please just dismiss this, because I didn't do anything. So when the judge asked, I said, please dismiss this. But I didn't want to put the officer down on record. Okay, so I could say, oh, they did this, they did that, not to make light of anything. They didn't remember it. I didn't want to mess up this officer's career, put it on his record, and I didn't think it was appropriate for a United States soldier member that's an enlisted officer in the Army to come against a police officer. Plus, I like police officers. Now, this is not condoning in any way. This is just that I felt that it was inappropriate that a United States soldier should begin to say, well, it's a United States soldier versus a police officer. Okay. Now I didn't want that in my own life. I didn't want to do it. So I chose not to say anything about that officer. Remember that officer I said I wanted to protect. Okay. Not necessarily the other one that's raving with me. So, okay. I didn't feel the same way toward that officer, but for the other one, I had already made a promise to myself anyway. So the DA, they could see that that's what I want. The judge said, this isn't going to court, and left. Now, if a judge says that, now that I understand law, now that means it's being dismissed, okay? I didn't understand that. So I tell the DA's assistant all the stuff I'm telling you. She goes, I believe you. She has like this wavy black hair, like in a movie, like in those Law and Order movies. Okay, I'm probably almost looking like a model or something. And then there were these, like, I don't want to say weird or strange people in the courtroom, like, just standing there and watching. And, like, and how they got there, I don't know. But anyway, they're there, like 2 or 3 of them, right? So meanwhile, so I tell her what happened. She says, I believe you. She says, will you, almost like this is how she kind of says it. Will you just do me a favor? Will you just go to anger management, like that? Oh my God. I have learned don't ever say yes. But I asked God in the moment, because the Lord didn't show up. Guess what? The Lord didn't show up. And then charged me $4,000. And then because I was late for a payment, charged me an extra $1,000. And then when I told them, they didn't even come in. She was like, well, that's not something that you have to take up with me. You have to take up with da 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 da. They probably would have sued me. But I paid them the $5,000, okay? For not showing up. So I had to defend myself. Which is great, because I've learned more about law now, right? So she told me to take anger management. Bad mistake. Don't ever do that. I knew that it was going to make me look bad and make the officer look good, okay? I didn't have anger issues in my life. And I don't have anger issues inside of my life, okay? I've never acted angrily toward anybody, okay? I wasn't angry with the officers. I didn't have anger issues, okay? But she told me, just take anger management. Oh, sorry, man. Just take anger management. I'm trying to hold this thing. So I was like, okay. First I asked God, though. I didn't just say okay because of her, or because of her looks. Like she's, you know how people are looking very professional and, like a model or something. But she's a very, very, she was like very nice about it. Very nice about it. That wasn't the reason why, okay? I asked God in that moment, and I said, God, what do you think? And God said, listen to her, okay? So God said, listen to her. I said, okay. So take anger management. I didn't know that when that happens, you kind of get put in the system. You get it's like you get a record. Because what it's saying is, it's saying that, oh, we like this person so much that we let them off the hook. Because she's in the military. And they said, I'll tell you what. Because you're in the military, I need you to show that you're in the military, something like that. And then show that you're a full-time student. And show that you're getting good grades, something like that. And show that you finished that anger management thing. And we'll let you off the hook. It's like you get in the system and you get a record. And it's like they're saying, we let her off easy because she really did resist arrest. Okay, so it makes it look bad for you. Or for me, not for you. Because this is not ever, nothing like that for you. Okay? So now I know to ever do that. Okay, that's like conceding your rights. Conceding your rights is saying no contest. Don't do that. Most cases don't. Now, and I don't want to get into that right now, but just before you take any legal advice, check with your own advisors, too. Okay? So anyway, I didn't realize that. So I take this anger management course. I love it. I love my teachers, as usual. My teacher loves me. She's like, oh my God, you are really in tune with your emotions. You really are great. She's like, I'm so glad. All the psychologists that I see, they always tell me, I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad you analyzed that about yourself. And so I enjoyed the class. And so I finished it. And Mom made sure I finished it. And she was telling me meditate, visualize, slow down, calm down. Okay. And then they dismissed the case. I came back again. Okay. And now, yeah. And I think that messed my life up because they go, I'm resisting arrest. I would never resist an officer telling me to do something, okay? I don't know, walk in a straight line, touch your nose, and pat your head or something. No, okay? Now, this is something that you need to know. This is important. This is the most important part of everything. Okay? And I'm not like everybody else. Nobody is. There isn't anybody fingerprints that you can't find another fingerprint that's the same, okay? So, okay? So this is what you need to know. This is what I need to know. This is the essence of this whole story. The essence of this whole story is that, so when I got out of the Army, I said, I'm going to be signed. And at one point, God told me, you are going to walk through the fire. I have to walk through the fire. This was the way God said it. And God said, almost like this, something bad's going to happen to you soon. Just like that. But he didn't say that. He said, you're going to walk through the fire. And then, and God said, but I can tell you how to avoid this. And it won't happen to you. And you won't walk through the fire. And I'm listening to God. Now, God says, if you avoid this, however, if you avoid these trials and tribulation, which you will soon have. Now, God didn't use these terminology. If you avoid this, however, you will never, ever, ever be a singer and an actress. This is what God told me. This is on my drive on my way home one night from school. No, the night before I was pulled over in Lancaster. The night before. God said, you make your choice. And I said, I want to be a singer and actress. I'll walk through the fire. I'll go through trial and tribulation. I'll go through the time. I said, yes, I want to be a singer. I want to be an actress. I will do it. The very next day I was pulled over in Lancaster. Okay. So the way I look at it, because God had warned me, and I'm a spiritual person. Okay. So this is why I'm making this tape. This is what I want to say. So I've been in the military for 18 years, okay? I know, I just turned 18. So, been in the military 18 years, right? So, and I just been separated from the military. I don't know if I have been, okay? My unit's not talking to me. He's not talking to me. You know who told me that I was separated? And I don't even know if I am. The TSP. I was calling to get a withdrawal from the TSP, and they go, you've been separated. And I said, I just wrote to my unit and asked for the schedule, okay? This is why I'm making this whole tape. It's very important to understand and that I can understand, okay, why all these things are happening. One, I planned it. Have you seen Tenet? Okay, there's a movie called Tenet. In the movie, one of the guys go, who sent you? You know, you're always here. You're always helping me. Who sent you? Who hired you to be here in my life? I can't tell you. And I don't want to tell the story, but if you're in the Tenet, just close your ears for this part. But he says, who sent you? He said, at the very end, the guy goes, you did. You hired me in the future, okay? Now, why is that important? Because now I believe in the law of attraction. I believe I create all these events in my life. I planned them because I needed a fall guy. I needed something to blame for why I wasn't successful. So, because you look at me and I'm so successful, like honor roll, everything's perfect in my life. Like I told you, right? Author school, author life. Not perfect inside my mind, of course. But I've always been on the honor roll. I've always loved my teachers. I've always just had a really good life, you know. And I have a good life now. It didn't spiral. but the outward show. So what happened is that so this belligerent thing, right? Which wasn't true. Then the next thing that happened was I went to Fort Meade, and there's this hazing, harassing now. Now, this energy became hazing, harassing in my life. Hazing, harassing. I'm being written counseling statements every day. Untrue counseling statements. And I report a teacher. Because of hazing and harassing, the teacher allegedly hits a stick across the desk. And I say, it's for a sleeping student. Because usually you're just supposed to say, wake up, or have a student tap the soldier, okay? But instead he hits this stick, okay? And I'm not trying to be rude, because he's a sergeant, so I mean to be respectful. But he has this stick covered in duct tape, and he's, okay? Now teachers don't do this. This is not military that will do this, okay? This is, and I don't know if it's FBI, CIA, or some kind of group that's interweaved itself into the military, has control over the police, the fire department, military, doctors, lawyers. The lawyer didn't show up, okay? All this stuff is being controlled by the same energy, okay? Which, I say, on a spiritual level, is my own energy that's directing it, okay? Now, and I know that you'd say, oh my God, that's so like, I don't know, freaky, weird, mysterious, science fiction, I don't know. But the truth is that we control our own lives, and we are always in control of our own life through the law of attraction, okay? It doesn't mean that you won't stand up for things, but the thing is that I am attracting this, okay? So meanwhile, hits the stick. Now, every soldier knows there's not a single soldier that's going to do that to wake up a soldier, okay? But that's what my teacher does. So I wait till the students leave, and I go to and it's on my desk. It's me and the student. It's on my desk that he does it. We have a shared desk. So I go and wait till the students leave and go and ask the teacher, I say, may you not do that? Because you could have struck the students if the student was sleeping. You could have leaned over and you could have struck the student. And the teacher says, I'll do what I want in my class. This is what he says. So I go and tell and now I know I'm being hazed and harassed by now, okay? I know I'm being hazed and harassed, and I think I know there's cameras, like, in my house, okay? Something like that, I know that. Cameras and audio in my house, something like that, I know that. So, but why? Because, and I don't know, not to get too much in that, but, if I go to the kitchen, the neighbors know that I'm in, or a trained cat knows, and if I go to this side of the house, the noise increases over there. If I go to this side of the house, the noise increases over there. But of course, I'm drawing all this into my life because I don't want the world to see me as weak and not being able to accomplish my dream as a singer, okay? Because I'm very capable, but there has to be a reason. So the teacher does this. This is not Army doing this. This is not of the Army. This is just being done, by some other energy through the Army. So I tell my drill sergeant, and my drill sergeant backs me up at first until the energy reaches my drill sergeant, okay, in this class. Meanwhile, this is the second time this has happened. I've been hazed and harassed before. So now I want to go to make sure that I put it on the record that that's the second time they did something by my ear. And so I went to report it to the medical building too, which the energy didn't even put my name on the paper. So I didn't put my name. It said she's some kind of female. I don't know if she's Army. I don't know if she's military. I don't know if she's a wife. I was wearing my uniform. So when I got home, I looked at the paperwork, and it didn't even have my social. It didn't have my information properly. Okay. So after I reported the teacher and did that the second time that a teacher had slammed something near my ear, the first time I didn't say anything about it, but the second time I did report it to the drill sergeant. And went to the medical thing, because that was the second time. The first time I just cried on my own. It hurt so bad, my ear, after a teacher slammed. I was closing the door. And now Army doesn't do this. Again, this is the energy. And it slammed the door right by my ear. Took the car door from my hand. We were going on some trip, and slammed the door. And it didn't have that, there's a layer of padding on the door to keep it from slamming metal to metal. Whoa. Okay. It just, and all the hazing and harassing. So I reported it. Now, after I reported it, I immediately received reprisal counseling statements. The first thing that happened was they took me upstairs. And again, that's why I tell you, don't ever do this. One of the administrators who wasn't very honest, now all this is allegedly, okay? Now, one of the teachers there that wasn't, it was at Fort Meade. So one of the teachers there who wasn't very honest at all. Matter of fact, wasn't very honest. I didn't read the report there either. I should have. They all processed me from the school. There was paperwork in there that I had never signed with my signature on it. Okay? And I reported this to the school, but I wasn't readmitted in. They took me to a meeting upstairs. And they said, we're going to ask you to go on administrative probation. And what that means is, if anybody writes you a counseling statement, you can get kicked out of the school. Now, I didn't deserve to go on administrative probation. They said, we're just going to ask you to do this. Now, you're supposed to have messed up 3 serious times to go on administrative. Again, I conceded my rights. I didn't understand. I understand way more about law. It's just like what the DA said, hey, just do this. So they took me up to a meeting, and they said, we're going to ask you to go on administrative probation. So if anybody writes you a counseling statement, you're going to get kicked out of the school. And I said, okay, I'm a good student. I'm not going to get kicked out. As soon as I went downstairs, they wrote me a counseling statement. They wrote me 3 counseling statements every day, at least. There was a teacher who liked me. I like my teachers. And they put on some kind of inappropriate movie, some Irish movie about some coming of age teen with a lot of inappropriate language. And I was uncomfortable and I said, may I be excused? And they said, no, you're interrupting the class and I'm going to write you a counseling statement. So, because I asked more than once, okay? And I asked to go to the bathroom, and one of the sergeants followed me outside to the bathroom and then stopped me halfway to the bathroom and said, you're lying. You're not going to the bathroom, and I'm gonna write your counseling statement for lying to. Now, this is not the Army, okay? The Army does not act like this. This is the energy, some hazing, harassing energy working through the Army. Follow me. No, I wasn't following you. I don't know if you saw me following. I was just happened to leave the room when you left, okay, and followed you basically, and basically was behind you. I'm gonna write you a counseling statement for lying to a federal officer. All this heavy talk. Now, this is why I think that this energy is a police derivative. Okay, lying to a federal officer or something like that. This is what was done to me every single day. And they even asked the students to join in, which is you're not supposed to do that because the students want to graduate, so they're gonna say whatever you want. They're gonna say whatever you want on the paperwork. So the students were like, yeah, she interrupted okay, so the teacher said, don't make a video about a crime. And that's exactly what the students did. And I said, you can't do that. So the students went and told the teacher after the exercise, I interrupted the learning process, and they wrote me a counseling statement. And I said, no, they were doing anything about a crime, and it was a video recorded. And they said, no, they said you interrupted the process. They put that inside my packet to be removed. And all that stuff was all untrue. So I saw them right in front of me ask a teacher that inappropriate movie, can you please give her a counseling statement? And he said, she didn't do anything wrong to earn a counseling statement. And they said, we're telling you that you are going to give her counseling. He said again, she didn't do anything wrong. They made him put a counseling statement in my packet. So in less than 30 days, there were like 50 counseling statements written to me, and they chaptered me out of the school. Okay. And then, so I wrote to the president, and I wrote to like council members, and the president asked for a brigadier general to write, and the brigadier general said it shows that she has like attitude issues. Okay. So these are two accounts showing I have attitude issues. In addition to that, the teacher gave me a counseling statement saying I'm being chaptered out of the school. On the exact same day I had my final. Now, all the other students got to go do their final. He kept me inside the class filling out a counseling statement for a portion of my testing time. I had to read the whole thing saying I'm being chaptered out of school in front of two students, too. He didn't do this with me by myself. So it was it was dishonest, the whole paper. So I had to write a whole paper about how it's not honest. And he kept coming over to me saying, hurry up, this is your testing time. So I didn't even have the time to write it properly. 15 or 20 minutes later, maybe 30 minutes into my test time, he says, go do your test. So when I didn't get the last shot, he says, you failed. You failed the whole course because you didn't get that last shot. You failed your final, you failed the course. So he gave me an F. So, and I said, well, and so they failed me out during Thanksgiving time. I've been removed from the Army, same exact time. It's almost Thanksgiving time. And everything that's been happening has been exactly in November time frame. Okay. So it was Thanksgiving. There was no one upstairs. And, so they basically chaptered me out of school. So I've been writing to council members and to the president saying, please help me to go back and finish my schooling because we get an equal opportunity. Not that it's a racial thing, but we get a racial or a gender or but it's equal opportunity means, because it can be applied for racial or gender, but equal opportunity means that the other soldiers had an equal opportunity to graduate. And so I should be afforded the equal opportunity too, because I was treated unfairly. And so when I called them, they said, well, you had a chance to appeal and you didn't succeed. And I said, well, I've been removed and I didn't even read the reports. I thought that they were removing me because I didn't sign a counseling statement. That's why I thought they were removing me from the school. When I got home, my unit asked for a copy of the packet. When I went to give them a copy of the packet, I found out it had all these untrue things inside of it. And that's when I realized I was removed unfairly. Okay. So I called over to the school, and I kid you not that each administrator like coughed 2 times exactly and then sneezed once, each one. And then they each said, "I'm sorry, there's anything I can do." And then something like probably, and I don't know, then it is allegedly, I have a meeting, I have to go. Okay. Now they won't even talk to me. Now nobody would even talk to me. That was then. Now things have like even gotten more worse than that, I imagine. Not worse, but just that was at the beginning of the hazing and harassing. When after that occurred, I went, I was back in my unit. My sergeant, his at the time, allegedly, Sergeant Reed, he just started writing me counseling statements every single time I went to the reserve drill, to the point to where they came up with this. To me, it's a ComSec violation. What I call this group me chat thing. It was a 24-hour chat where you had to be on, and I already had issues with the phone. My phone's being tapped and stuff. So the tapping eventually stopped, or at least the loud sound. It's still being recorded, everything and all that. But the thing is that I stopped really keeping my phones like I used to. Plus, I did make a payment once for the phone carrier that I had, and they just closed my number down after I had it for like over 5 years. So I stopped having an interest in keeping the same phone number because I just lost interest after that. Because I didn't make a payment. It wasn't very long for not making the payment. They completely shut my number down and said, "I have my social security number, I can show you my, that it's my number. I like to recover it." And I couldn't. And that kind of lost interest in phones after that. And I'm not a big phone talker anyway, after I explain the way that I communicate and everything. So they kept wanting me to have this group chat thing. Now, the group chat was just a hazing and harassing line because they just had all these memes and I don't want to say to me, like veiled threats and things, like things about death all the time. Like soldiers aren't going to sit and just talk about that. In fact, that kind of talking, morbid talk. And I once, now all of a sudden once I got back, that I started to be hazed and harassed, very much at my units. And because of the hazing, harassing, everybody started to leave the unit. And people were, it was just a big turnover of staff after that, and to the point where it was just people in and out of the unit. Now, when I first arrived at that unit, people had been at that unit like at a minimum, almost, it seemed, 30 years, something like that. It just is a unit that people just stayed at, not anymore. So we had this new first sergeant, and they were doing that morbid talk. They just kept that, and that was hazing, harassing I had to deal with all the time. If it wasn't sexual, by using the F word all the time, and I always had to say, "Watch your language," then it was morbid talk. Something about someone dying all the time. And so this time they were talking about an animal that they were driving and they didn't see the animal. And after 3 or 4 or 5 of these stories, I said, "You need to stop with the morbid talk." And truly, not to be disrespectful, the new first sergeant tells me I'm disrupting the unit. He's going to send me home if I correct the soldiers again. Okay, now this is not the Army. The Army didn't sit around and talk like that. This is the energy, hazing, harassing, okay? So I kept getting these counseling statements every single drill, until finally I decided to report it. Also, molestation started at that time because the sexual talk, and I kept having to say, "Watch your language." And they took us to this like Navy base. I didn't have cameras in this hotel. I was the last soldier to get their room. And this was all planned by the energy that, the Army doesn't do this. I was the last soldier to get my room. By the time I got our room, maybe it was like 11 p.m. Everything was running late. We had to drive out for an hour to 2 hours just to get to this hotel room. And we went way further than we normally go, because we usually go like to Fort Hurley or something. So I guess that was for the molestation. I don't know. But they put me in this room with a door that didn't close. Now, meanwhile, I would probably tell my sergeants, but as I'm mentioning, the sergeants aren't acting like they normally do. But it didn't come to my mind to call the sergeant. I just go downstairs and say, hey, they put me in a room. The door doesn't even close. Okay, the door doesn't close. It pulls too, but it didn't close. So I asked and in the military, they look after the women very well. Okay, this is not military doing this. Okay, this is some other group working through the military. I go downstairs and I ask the lady and I say, the door doesn't close. And she says, nothing we could do. Can you put a work order in? Nothing we could do. 2 soldiers come downstairs. There's a female in a room, like we share the bathroom, but the door didn't close. I have a room and I'm by myself in that room. So it's late and everything and all this hazing harassing is going on. So, and plus I trust the military. I don't think anything's going to happen. I don't even cross my mind. Like, it's not even crossing my mind. I put the nightstand in front of the door, okay? And all I remember, I just got really sleepy. I didn't know that they were doing that. The whatever's going on, this group that's hazing, harassing me, okay? The same group that's asking the teachers to say this stuff and so. They're putting me to sleep using some kind of sleep gas, okay? Equating to some kind of molestation thing, okay? I didn't know that. I had no idea. So, because when you wake up after that sleep gas, you wake up with a start. So I even have left my wedding ring. I always wear a wedding ring on my finger. Since the age of 16, I've worn it. And I'm not dating, I'm not a dating type person. So I always wear this ring on my finger, this wedding ring. And I had left it on the nightstand the night before. I don't know why I took it off, It was arranged, took a shower, and I don't even know take it off. But I think it was a different type of ring than I normally wear. Anyway, I put it on the nightstand, and I was so jittered when I woke up. I left it on the nightstand. I didn't know that I had been molested that night. I didn't know. Not until I had went to the hotel at our unit. That's when I knew. Because I was in a different body position than when I went to sleep. And I could feel inoculations and things, right? And plus everything was just so strange and so weird. It was just so weird. Everything was so timed. And I was ready to go to sleep. The roommate came in immediately. It was so weird. So, and the next night, I thought I would have the room to myself because she jumped up and left. Okay? So some kind of molestation thing. And this is not the Army again, I say. So I thought I was going to have the room to myself. And somebody else comes in. And it's like, nobody's are in those hotels, okay? In those military hotels. I grab my stuff and start putting it outside. I don't even go back into the room. I leave the door open. I put all my stuff in the hallway. Then I close the door and I just go back home. So, and that's when molestation started. So, but I had decided I wasn't going to report it because it actually started to be done at my house. Because the gas is able to just go in and make me fall asleep. So inoculations, that's what's been cutting my hair. It cuts my hair. I don't perm my hair, so it's not damaged, but it's short on side because it's been cut every night. And my hair is short in the back because it's been cut. And they're doing different things to my eyes. Like I had LASIK, and I believe things are being done to make my eyes blurry. And my weight, I'm able to gain like 50 pounds in like a half an hour. Is something being done with my skin to make my body just swell up really, really fast? And I lift weights, so many weights all the time. And my body has no muscle. It's just and your poop is supposed to float. Doesn't flow. So, and another thing is this energy has like control over doctors. They'll say, oh yes, it's the 1, 2, 3. And even though they told me that I had a cancer, right? So I couldn't have kids. Okay. So like a uterine cancer. Now, I don't believe this is allegedly. I don't believe the doctors were honest. And something was weird about the paperwork. I'm not saying the military doctors, because they helped me with the procedure. But I do believe that the swelling that they saw when they did an x-ray was induced. I didn't know that a human can do, because they do certain things with animals, with rats, with mice and stuff. I didn't know a human they can make your eyes water, your nose water, your mess up your teeth. My teeth, I brush my teeth. My teeth should not be yellow and look all funny. They put dirt on my clothes. They shave my underarm. And then they like to say Under Armour. They have a sense of humor. They do. And they like to say Under Armour all the time. They put some kind of growth on my thigh that they put there. Every day they keep it there. Because if they stop doing what they're doing, my body's going to go down to a 6-pack. My hair's going to grow. My eyes will be sharp 20/20 from the LASIK, which they should be. My teeth will not be all yellow. And to me, they've rotted out my teeth or something. I don't know if they're doing something to my toothpaste. And it's not funny either. And they're making it not work. I don't really know what because they do stuff to the water to make the water look like it's funny. Put little bubbles, some kind of little bubbles inside the water or something. And water down the lotion and then the toothpaste or something. Just so that you can feel funny all the time. The dogs are always barking. The sirens go by the house like 1,000 times a day. Okay, like an intimidation thing, allegedly. but and all this stuff that I talk about, and then it's more, and not to get too much in that, but so if you're driving, every single time you get to the corner, any corner near this house, the light immediately turns red. It's like remote control. It's not funny. And whenever I go to the store, there's always 30 people in the line. No matter what store, okay? Now, they know the stores I like to go to. They put these huge, big cameras in front of the store, these big, huge camera monitors on the store I like to go to. It's the 99-cent store I like to go to, like 90-foot camera. And that's not that big. Camera monitor to see, you're being watched. They like to say this thing, you're being watched. Because there's cameras in my house, a camera, audio. And they hack my computers in real time. So it's just, I'm trying to finish my kittens magazines with a swimsuit magazine. And they shut down Final Cut Pro on all my computers. It won't work. So I'll pay all this money for apps for Final Cut Pro to finish kittens. They shut down Pages, won't work. Final Cut Pro doesn't work on any of my computers. They're hacking my stuff. They turn my internet off. I pay $150 for Spectrum Internet. I got it with Time Warner. I start making reports to the president IG. My internet doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. So, and the Spectrum will say, it's not working. Let us come to your house. Okay. It stops working when I make a payment. So it can't be us. And we made a payment, then it went off. And that's happened so many times, just this time they didn't put it back on because they had planned to remove me from the military, which they did. They recently out-chaptered me from the military. I mentioned to the IG is a group where you can complain about all these counseling statements that you're getting if they're fake, if they're not real. I mentioned to the IG that this tree, the roots go through the toilet. The roots go through the toilet. So the tree has DNA. It has DNA marks that there is sleep gas. I mean, that's what I felt. It has DNA through the tree. After I made that report, I looked up and the tree, it was killed. So it doesn't grow anymore. So this house has had roots through the toilet for, I imagine, since the 1950s. But somehow now the tree it's still there. It's huge, but it's dead now. It doesn't grow. Okay. So they did that. That's what, and then that's what I believe. And all this is allegedly. And they dirty my clothes so that I look, because they want to say I have self-care. Because what they're trying to do is say I'm suicidal. Okay, I guess they're planning that I'm going to have a suicide. That they're going to plan and they're going to sign a note. And I am saying, well, if that happens, book everyone for murder. Book and investigate, reinvestigate. That's if I get some rare disease and die from that. Or if my plane drops out of the sky and I die from that. Or if some weird thing happens, some weird person-to-person thing and I die from that. Or if a suicide note and I die from that, or suicide, then book everybody for murder. Because I'm not a suicidal person. and I fly on safe planes, and I don't walk into a store where there's a shootout and people don't run into me in their cars. Okay, none of that. And I don't run into anything in my car. Okay, any of that stuff because they have a remote control in my car too. They can make the brake stop working on my car, and I saw that when I went to drill. So I've been reporting this hazing, harassing, and molestation. Now, when I first started reporting the molestation, I reported it during Sergeant Reed's unit at the 306. Okay, oh, this is allegedly. Okay, and the minute I report the molestation, as long as I'm reporting the hazing and harassing, I was told you're suicidal. They didn't even mention SHARP. SHARP is a group for anything that has to do with anything molestation. Okay, is SHARP. They don't recommend SHARP. They say you're suicidal and give me the suicidal line, and I'm like, I'm not. I say there's nothing the matter with me. He talks. See, that's called out of context in law, right? So he's talking about this report that I make on group me, and group me. So I finally get on group me and just tell everyone all this hazing, harassing has been going on, the molestation has been happening. Okay. And he says, oh, that's a violation of the EO. I said I used all the words scientifically, okay? And so he goes on group me and basically says I'm suicidal immediately because I make this molestation report. Now, I get transferred because our unit's disbanding, okay? Because I'm getting ready to find, okay, the day that our unit stops meeting, they have to stay at home. Right before the stay at home, I was thinking the stay at home has to do with me. Because no, I know, but and yet, right before the stay at home, I immediately mentioned to Sergeant Reed, I'm not gonna keep allowing you all to keep writing me these false counsel statements. I'm not gonna sign them anymore, and I'm getting ready to go to the EO department, and I'm getting ready to go to the SHARP department and report all this stuff. The SHARP department person wasn't there. I left a message. I immediately called the commander from group and mentioned that I've been being treated unfairly in all these false counsel statements. My unit disbands right after that. Okay. I'm transferred to a unit called the 215th, and this energy messes up the window on my car. And how do I know that it's the same group, okay, that's doing this? None of the mechanics will fix my car. I've been trying to get an oil change. None of the oil change people will oil change my oil. Because I go and I say, I'd like to get an oil change. We don't have your oil. We don't have your oil. We don't have your oil. Or it's just too packed. So now I have to just do my own oil. So with the window, every single person, trying to know this one, every single person with the window says it's going to cost you like at least $100 to $200 just for me to open up your car door and look and see what's wrong with your window. I've never seen anything like this. Is almost what they're alluding to. It's no way. My mom is very budgeting. It's no way. I was never raised to ever do anything like that, pay anything. I will take the car apart myself. I will take the car before I pay that kind of money, okay? Just for somebody to look at it, and then they're going to tell you. So finally, mom's really urging me to get this window fixed, and I'm just saying I'm not going to put my mind on that right now, okay? Because I know this is all being manipulated. So finally, because my car is being tampered with at night, So finally, my mom finally. We go to where I used to go to go get my car fixed, and someone looks at our car, and we pay them to look at it, and we go get the parts that they want. And good thing that my mom taught me to watch people putting things together, because he says, this is the right part, and I watch and I say, this is the right part. So he puts this new motor on there, but it doesn't fix the window. So they say, oh, something else. They're going to charge another $200 or something. And I say, Mom, these cars are all piece by piece. You can fix it yourself. So we get this thing and Mom says, you put it on. And I'm like, no. And she's like, no, you say you can fix it. So my brother had gotten this window fixer thing. This little funny tool thing that kind of looks like a L, but with a little tiny L at the bottom and a long top L. And that's what you need to pop off the top part of the door. And anyway, with the YouTube video, we were able to do it ourselves. So we saved like $200. And I'm determined to change my own oil because it's too much of this. Oh, we're not going to help you change your oil. And these are oil places that change people's oil. They're called the oil place. And so, no, I'm doing it myself. And because this energy will it works through all these people. It can shut you down, not you, but just shut a process down. If they don't want my window to be rolled up, it ain't gonna get rolled up. So I just have to do it myself. So I have my workout equipment outside and I have to tape it. So once I got to the two, because they mess up the tape somehow. They have these ways of like costume designing or something. But so once I got to the 215th, I wrote them a letter about the hazing, harassing, and molestation, and I was just honest with them. They were told to send me on a mental health. I didn't know this, but they were told that they were required to send me on a mental health by this energy that's hazing, harassing, and molesting me. Okay, because they want to get me branded suicidal so they can plan a suicide for me. That is what I'm thinking. Okay. So once they molest me, and then I go to this hotel and I get molested the first night. I didn't know that I was going to get molested because I was in the lobby. I said, oh, I'm fine here. Right. I don't want to drive home because it's an hour away and it's going to take, and they also can control the traffic. There's no such thing as a chase on the freeway, because in 5 seconds they can fill the freeway up. And when I get on the freeway, it's bumper to bumper. It's like 2 minutes, 2 miles, 1 mile a minute, if that. You're sitting in traffic, and it's an hour to get home, and they control the traffic. So you're literally sitting in traffic, maybe 2 hours, maybe it takes you 3 hours to get home, maybe 4. Okay, because of the control of the traffic. So I'm deciding, let me just stay at this hotel since they provide a room for us. Now, when they weren't molesting me at the 306, they said, soldiers can't get a hotel. You can't get a room. Can't get a room anymore, because they were trying to find a way to molest me. So they were like, just sleep in this co-ed room with no rules. And that's no way I was going to stay in that room. Even the male soldiers didn't stay in that room, okay? Some co-ed open bay with people you don't even know. Strangers they walk in and out, and we had no rooms then. At the 306, they said, oh, we run out of funding. Now, we all know soldiers don't run out of funding. They're the first people who are going to get paid. Now I know, write to your Congress members. You'll get funding. Get the FRG to raise some money, you see? But I didn't understand that now. It's all a manipulation. Now that I'm being molested, there's plenty of money. Oh, we want to put you in a room. We want to put you in a room. No, thank you. So now I was in the lobby. I got molested that first night. I thought, I'm in front of cameras. It's not going to happen. I'm in front of a big glass window. I woke up and I was in so much pain in a particular area, my abdomen area, adult area, vagina area. And I said the word vagina and I said that to when someone read on group me, he's like, oh, that word is sexual harassment. That's not true if you use it scientifically. Yeah, vagina and I guess anus area, I felt in a lot of pain. And so I felt a numbness, and then the pain ramped away. Okay. So, but I said, I'm not going to report that. I was so surprised. I didn't know that they would molest me in a hotel. It was an actual allegedly, Best Western hotel or something. It was a building for the military. Not that I'm trying to mention their name. However, it was right there in the hotel. My God. Okay. I didn't know that they would do that. I didn't know they could. I didn't know they were going to do. I didn't know that could happen. So the next night, I'm deciding I'm just going to stay up because it costs like maybe $200 to go back, and I'm trying to finish my drill and everything. And I'm just like, well, let me just go on and just go to work. And now at work, they had the soldiers recount the molestation and sexual harass me and say, we did this, we did that, and just explicit sexual talk. And that's the kind of sexual harassment I've been exposed to, and I have to say, watch your language, and it's just continuous. So So I'm back at that same hotel, but this time I'm deciding to stay awake. So I'm just going to basically be going to my car. I'm not going to be, I was watching movies. If you're in with the sleep gas, if your eyes are in one place for a very long time, you're going to fall asleep. So, but if you stay active and like your mind stays active, then you won't fall asleep. So I was like, let me go to my car. I'm on my way from my car. I'm doing push-ups. I'm trying to stay awake. Okay. So I'm making trips to the bathroom more, and I'm staying alert, and staying active. Because if you stay active, you won't like fall asleep too much while you're walking and stuff like that. So I'm walking back from my car, and guess who shows up? I had asked the unit, because my window wouldn't roll up. I had asked the unit, please, may I not have to come in this week because my window's not rolling up, and it's unsafe. My sergeant says, please, please, please give her a U. Now, this is not the Army. The Army looked out for soldiers and carers. And this is the same sergeant that comes up to me at 12 midnight and says, you need to go inside your room right now. Now, I already know this has to do with sleep gas. It's going to cause me to be able to be molested. And there's other soldiers outside too. They're out, they're going shopping, they're coming in, they're talking to the concierge, to the host. To the person at the desk. And he says, you need to go to your room. And I want you to stay in your room until I tell you to leave. I've removed your roommate so you can go on and stay in there. And I tell him, that's a violation of the EO policy because you're not telling all of the soldiers to do that. Now, it's only a couple hours now. It's like 12 midnight to work. Work is just be about 6 a.m., he says, schizophrenia, this is what he says to me. Schizophrenia is it's actually, I believe, it's very rare, like probably less than a very low % of human beings have that schizophrenia, okay? And it's very unstudied because it's so rare. He says he can recognize a person with schizophrenia, and he thinks I have schizophrenia. Now, I've studied schizophrenia since he said that. And people with schizophrenia are identified by the time that they're toddlers, children, and by the time that they're in their teens, okay? So he's absolutely wrong. But he threw this word out, and I say, that's not true. And he says, you need to go to your room. If you don't go to your room, I'm gonna call mental health on you. I tell him I tell him what he's asking me to do is a violation of the EO policy, and I need to speak to the person. He tells me no. He says, I'm going to call the police on you. Okay? Now, this is why I know there's not many people who are friendly with calling the police, okay? Because most people aren't doing what they're supposed to do, and even if they are, a lot of people aren't going to call the police. Only a person that's friendly with the police, okay? So this is why I think it's the police derivative doing all this. So he goes to call the police. Now the person at the desk is shocked. I'm in my military uniform, by the way. And the person at the desk is shocked at hearing all of this and is frozen. He says, call the police. She does not move, okay? Because this is inappropriate. All the stuff he's saying is inappropriate. It's quid pro quo. It's a violation of the mental health department. It's sexual harassment. It's a tremendous violation of EO, everything. So she's frozen and she doesn't move. He tells her to do it again. She's staring. Then he says, I'm going to get my own phone, call the police on her. So she then starts to go in the back. I say, I'm going home. So I go home. When I go home, I email my sergeant, which was at the time, Sergeant Myers. Okay, this is all allegedly. And that was Sergeant Owens, okay, allegedly. And now he was facing the camera, by the way, so you can read his lips. So, and then no male soldier is going to approach a female soldier at 12 midnight at the soldier sleeping quarters. It's only a couple hours. And no one said that I couldn't be in the lobby. And I was just painting, watching movies, like that. So when I get home, the unit's like, what happened? Like, they didn't know anything that happened. I said, well, okay, I'm not gonna report all this that happened. Because I knew that it wasn't the Army. The Army doesn't treat soldiers like that. They don't treat females like that, or males. This is the this energy working through Sergeant Owens and working or person, place, thing, organization, okay, which I call the energy. I was working through, because I try to deal with this right now on a spiritual level, okay? So, and it's not the army, because I've been in the army long enough, like 18 years, okay? So I'm telling you. So, and plus, a corporation isn't going to work if that's what they're doing to the people, okay? It won't last, okay? Truly, you know? So, so I get back, and as soon as I arrive to the 215th, then Sergeant Owens appears and says, come talk to the chaplain. And I say, I don't want to talk to the chaplain. Yeah, you should. No, thank you. Because the 215 never did process me. They never did let me meet any of the leaders. And when I asked to meet the leaders, they said, they're not in your chain of command. You don't have the right to speak to them. This is what I was told. When I asked to meet Sergeant Myers, I asked Sergeant Owens, and there were some officers there who were hazing and harassing me at the 306. They were there. And they were prepared to send me on a mental health because they said I used the word I or she instead of I or something. And that was a mental health issue. So when I let them know I was reporting to the IG and to the White House, they just dropped the issue. Now Sergeant Owens appears and he says, allegedly. Now when Sergeant Owens appears, he says, talk to the chaplain. I don't have anything. I haven't even received in processing. If I had been in process yesterday, no, thank you. Chaplain says, you need to talk with me. I say, I have nothing to speak with you about. I'm squared away soldier, and I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. And I'm a good soldier. So they take me into this room with a commander who I never met. I only crossed his path once and didn't even know he was my commander. He never said, welcome to the unit, nothing. I didn't even know he was my commander. So I go in this room with someone who now I find out is my commander. He says, we're sending you on a mental health. Why? I saw you with a soldier and you were hemming the soldier up. And I said, that's not true. I was always standing at ease while I talked with the soldier. The soldier was saying the F word. And there were other vulgar words they were saying, okay? Sexual words. And I always say, watch your language, okay? The soldiers always say, because I think the energy is telling, when before the hazing and harassing, when I say watch your language, soldiers always do. Now the soldiers with the hazing and harassing, they say, it's very hard for me to change. It's going to take a long time. But soldiers learn how to change their hairstyle overnight. They change their clothes overnight. They leave their parents. Soldiers are the number one individual that's able to make changes very quickly. So I make sure that I get another soldier involved to speak with the soldier. So I say to the commander, did you walk over and ensure that what you were assuming you saw was exactly what it was? And the commander said, no, I just left. And I said, well, it wasn't true. What you've assumed happened. And, I'm sure I said, would you like me to check get the individuals here so that you can speak with them? No, we're going to send you on a mental health. And I said, this mental health is inappropriate, it's wrong, and I'm going to immediately call JAG, and I'm going to call IG. So I didn't know where my phone was. With all the commotion, my phone had slid in between the little place where you can put your coffee in the my seat or the passenger seat. So I couldn't find it. So I didn't have my phone. So I said, I need to use the training room's phone to go call JAG. So I called JAG and JAG wasn't there. The energy moves through many departments, many cities, many people, okay? So JAG just wasn't there. So I decided not to leave a message because they said, and I'm trying to hold this one, and it's a little brisk in here. So I'm trying to leave this message, and I decide I need to make sure that I'm leaving a message that I want to leave in a certain way, worded in a certain way, to be appropriate and take my time and make the phone call when I'm at home. Have the privacy. But I went ahead and called Jack from the 215. As soon as I hung up the phone, they called me into the meeting again and said, okay, we're not going to send you on Monday, which was, they're supposed to give you like 2 to 3 days by mental health law, so that you can call the IG and stop the mental health if it's a reprisal or something. They didn't give me that time. They said, you're going to go, it was on a Sunday. You're going to go on a Monday. They're supposed to give you 2 to 3 days, but maybe they're not aware of the law. But the commander's supposed to read the paper that they sign. It's on that same paper. It's a legal paper. So I'm supposed to go on Monday. I said, okay. Now, after I hung up the phone with Jag, they brought me into a meeting again and said, no, we're going to take you right now. And they said, what we're going to do is we're going to force you to go. So if you don't want to go, we're going to get this guy. They got this big soldier, okay, that weighs like 300 pounds. He's going to put you in the car, okay? So you have to go. So they're forcing you to go. So he's going to force you to go. So they forced me to this mental health for 4 hours away. Now, what they did was, because you have to learn about it, you have to read about it and find out what it was they did. So what they did was it's an emergency mental health, meaning that you immediately try to harm someone or you immediately try to harm yourself, which isn't true, okay? So it was an illegal, like, and I don't want to use big words, okay? But it was they're not supposed to do that, okay? So, and with an emergency mental health, they're supposed to stop at the nearest mental health facility in order to stabilize the soldier. They drove me 4 hours to Fort Irwin, okay? Fort Irwin immediately asked me what's going on. I told them I was calling Jag shortly before, and they knew it was reprisal sin. They said, we're going to send you back. They asked me, is there anything bother you? I was like, no. This is, I mentioned to them, this is being done by some group like the FBI, the CIA, some similar police derivative group, I feel. Not that it is that group. It involves hazing, harassing, molestation. They said, we're going to send you back to your unit because they're trained to identify reprisal sins. And most soldiers who come in through a mental health referral, they immediately express sadness or anger or just say, hey, I would love to talk to somebody. Even if they sent me when they didn't need to, I would love the opportunity to get off work and talk with somebody. So they're not used to hearing someone talk about IG and things like that. As soon as I got back, I was told the commander was sending me again. So I immediately went home and called the IG. The IG intervened and asked my commander, Major Horvath, to not continue to misuse the mental health system, okay? So they can't keep sending me. At that point, I talked with my family and was explaining that Sergeant Owens was completely inappropriate. And they said, you should have told him that you had been molested the night before. So I went to Fort Irwin and reported the molestation for the first time. Because I decided I wasn't going to report it, but I did. And you're supposed to, as soon as you go in, you're supposed to have samples taken. It was about 5 hours, maybe 6, before any samples were taken. I used the bathroom so many times, which would mess up the evidence. I'm being molested every night anyway. So even though by the same individual, so this isn't of the Army, okay? But it happened during Army drilling. So they would have gotten accurate sampling, okay? However, no one arrived to do any samples, and I used the bathroom so many times that it would have destroyed any evidence because it was they didn't arrive to take any samples until like maybe 5, maybe 6 hours later. Because I arrived like at midnight, and then I didn't leave until around 9 or 10 p.m. that night because that's the amount of time that it took. I'm frigid also. So it was very challenging to get the samples. And yet they said no finding. And I believe that the findings were concealed because I do believe there are findings. I asked for photographs, and this is alleged, okay? Now I did ask for photographs to be taken, and I was told no. I believe the photographs would have revealed molestation because I'm celibate right now. And I was told, no, you look normal. This is what I was told at Fort Irwin, okay? Allegedly. Then I was handed similar paperwork like I was at Fort Meade, which is a document with, it looks like it's been printed so many times that you can't read the writing at all, okay? She taped it closed and handed it to me in an envelope, in one of those, brown envelopes, manila envelopes. So I didn't think to open it and read it while I was there. I told her everything truthfully, like I'm telling you right now. And she would change my words. Like I said, I felt my lower body became numb, And then the pain ramped down. She says, okay, so you felt like pins and needles. That's what it feels like when it's numb. So you felt pins and needles. Let me write that down. She's changed everything that I was saying. I said this happened between, it happened between it would have been Friday, right? Or, let's see, Saturday into Sunday. Because it's 2 nights. It was 2 nights that I was there, right? So either Friday into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday. So I told her it happened in between this Friday into Saturday or Saturday into Sunday. And but I gave her one. So it was like, it happened in between Friday night to Saturday night, like that. But this, I'm just going to say Saturday night into Sunday night because I'm not the exact dates and stuff. And she says, okay, so you don't know when this happened. Let me write that down. You don't know when. That's what she put on the paperwork. So, and I knew the energy was working through her because you never want to rechange someone's words, because the minute you change people's words, you actually change, I don't know, circumstances, evidence, things that people could be able to trace and figure out. So, so she did that. And so when I got home and I saw that the paperwork was like that, I saw that and I was surprised because all of the things that I had written to her was kind of washed out. Same like the my comments on the counseling statements from Fort Meade, the ones that I was given was like that. I went to the VA in order to get pictures taken. So I went to the VA. They asked me, have you reported this before? They asked me that question. I said yes. And they said, okay, we're not going to call Santa Monica for you. And then the same thing, 5 hours later, or about 5 hours later, they did the sampling. So I used the bathroom also there before the samples were taken. And they said they couldn't take pictures and they didn't send me to Santa Monica. And then they took me to a guy. Was the one who handed me the address to Santa Monica and told me I shouldn't really go because if there was a need for me to go, they would have taken me. And it was, and the wait was long. I was taken to get X-rays and allegedly, and they put me in a room. So each one they had put me in a room right in front of the where they answer the phones. And at the VA, they opened the door when I was changing my clothes, okay? They opened the curtain when I was changing my clothes. One of the people opened the curtain. Because this isn't, the VAs wouldn't do this, okay? They would always say, are you decent? You know, I've been at the VA many times. This is with the hazing and harassing going on, okay? So they opened the door. They opened the curtain. But I knew they were going to do that, so I was covered covered myself as I was dressing. And they did the same thing at Fort Irwin. They put me in front of the... where they're answering the phones. The room was directly in front of where they're answering the phones. And there was a mirror there and they didn't cover it. So that I was constantly looking at it, asking me pull the curtain a little bit, that sort of thing. So your mind is on what you're doing and still on appropriateness too at the same time. If you're even mentioning it, okay, if you're even mentioning it, because a part of yourself is not thinking about mentioning that. So then they put me, at the VA, they put me into a secondary room, which was like a male room or a guy room, because it smelled like urine. The whole room smelled like urine. And I went to the bathroom and I started to clean the bathroom. I was getting ready to use the bathroom. I started to clean it up a little bit. And then I heard a guy enter the room, the other room, like it was a room with a bathroom attached, singing, okay, singing. So I went ahead and finished using the bathroom and flushed the toilet and started looking for soap. And there was no soap. So I entered the room, and inside of that room, which is the examining room, was a guy, like cleaning, a janitor type guy, singing. And he says, oh, I'm sorry. He just walked in. So I had just asked him, may I get some soap? And so he put a bar of soap inside of there. So after that, I decided to go home. It was late, and they had a psychologist. Both of them had a psychologist, and at the VA, the psychologist was like, "You feel this way. I know you feel that way." And I said, "That's not how I feel." Then let me explain how I'm feeling. And then they both cleared me as being okay for duty, and so I went and I did that. After I filled out my sharp paperwork, I asked for a transfer from the 215th. They transferred me to like the 315th. And the minute I got there, the commander put me on a mental health referral. Okay. Now, the soldier had told me that because I didn't, basically, I understand, allow myself to be molested. Okay. I'm going to be sent on these mental health referrals for depression. Now, this was started with Sergeant Reed on the 306 on the teams. Okay. When you mention this molestation by this group, then you're going to get these depression mental health sends. Okay. So when I got to this unit, they assigned me this odd detail. First, I had asked, may I get a day off, because this energy manipulates my finances. So something that hadn't gone through my account for 2 months came through my account, and I wasn't able to make my house payment. So I immediately called the unit, and I said, I'm not going to, the gas, I went up to $6 a gallon from $3 a gallon. So, and with the traffic, I would have to spend $500 just to go and come back. So I said, I need to make my house payment. Somebody said, give her a U. Give her a U. This is not the Army. The Army would be like, take care of your family, do what you have to do, come next month. So I said, give her a U. Now, both of these sergeants said that to me before they ever met me. So I decide and they tell me this way late. I could have towed my car out there for not having to drive, just towed the car out. It was enough hours. I had AAA and towed it back if I needed to. But they told me so late. They waited and delayed. We're like, we're going to get back to you at lunch. We're going to get back to you. And then finally, when they did, they said, we're just going to penalize you for not coming in. Whereas I had actually written in enough time for my sergeant. She said I was on leave. Okay. So they didn't get back to me in enough time for me to show up. Because I would have just simply told my car. If they were like, we demand that you come in, I would have had no issue finding some way, But they waited so late that I would miss the drill anyway. So the next drill, I go in and they start writing me counseling statements immediately. Okay, these false counseling statements, and saying it was wrong for me to not make it. And I said, well, I had it's force majeure when they raise up the gas to $6, and this is my first time drilling because I drove from home after I reported to Sharp from the 215th. So I didn't realize, I had seen the gas, around town, but hadn't realized with this amount of distance, it would be $500, definitely. So I explained that, and they said, that is no kind of reason that you have to make your house payment, and they're just going to write me a counseling statement. And I said, that's unfair. And they said, well, they have a meeting. They don't have time. Just take the counseling statement. What I have to do now is call this officer every 2 days from my personal phone, even when I'm not working. That is work without pay. It's work without informing the United States that I'm working. It's considered fraternization because I shouldn't be reporting to an officer, but a soldier. It's just no soldier would do that. Only like maybe a civilian group that doesn't understand the Army. I don't understand what that was. So I sent a letter and I said, I'm not, this duty is a violation of the EO policy. No other soldier has this. My commander said, you know what? You have a mental health issue. So I asked my mom to go in with me. They prohibited her. They said, you can't come in. I asked if I could record the call from my commander because he doesn't come to work. He doesn't come to work at all. His name is Lieutenant Colonel Bryant, David Wayne Bryant. Okay. This is all allegedly. Okay. So I record this call with him. I ask, can I record you? He says, and Command Sergeant Major Cervantes, who He's leaving, okay? Probably because he knows it's going to be hazing and harassing. He's leaving. They say, you talk with the IG. You're not supposed to do that. So we're going to send you to mental health. This is what they're saying. You jumped the chain of command. You didn't come in. Now, the commander had never come to work while I came in. I had never seen him. I had never been in process that unit either. You have a mental health issue. Meanwhile, I'm remembering that Sergeant Owens had told me, allegedly, all this. You're going to be sent on these suicidal, he didn't say it like this, you're going to be sent on these suicidal, what do you say, schizophrenic, it's not funny either, mental health referrals, okay? Now, if I understand that if I keep going, I'm going to be labeled as having a mental health issue. Also, the minute that I was made to go, forced to go, by Major Horvath, which I think is like a Viking name or something. The minute I was forced to go, which is like a misuse, an illegal use. I don't want to use those big words, but of the mental health thing, I had to protect myself from these forced sins. They're not even allowing me the opportunity to contact the IG. It's not an emergency. If the mental health system is being used illegally, then I have a right to protect myself. So I call the IG, I call the White House, I write the IG on their form, and I write to the White House also. The IG, meantime, they did stop the mental health referral from Major Horvath. The IG says, and I don't know, they say basically, not in these words, I don't know how being sent on a mental health referral now I had never met the commander. He's sending me on a mental health, okay? I don't know how this could be inappropriate. I don't know how this is a misuse of the mental health. Even though they just stopped one, like in either less than 12 months or just 12 months. They just stopped one. So they themselves confirmed that it was a misuse of the mental health. So this soldier's mental health records are being tampered with. The forced sin put a mental health record on my record. So, but the IG now is saying, I don't know how that's illegal. I don't know how that's, or I don't like to use the word illegal. Okay, I don't know how that's inappropriate. Give me a call. Now, okay. Meanwhile, I take the paperwork from the VA and decide, here I am at the VA, let me turn this paperwork into the DAV, okay? And claim this on my DAV, okay? Which means that I'll be able to have services. If I ever need to go in, I'll get the ability to have support with regards to this from the DAV. So I take the paperwork, which has a police report, the forensic from Fort Irwin. I had already decided I was never going to go to the DAV. It wasn't until Sergeant Owens that I was informed by my family I should report this. So now I'm going to the DAV, which I had sworn I wasn't going to do because I didn't want to take advantage, which in my mind, if someone's weakness of having to, molest someone. That's how I felt, unbelievable. So here I am at the DAV. I meet someone, allegedly, named like Miss McDonald or something. So I go into the DAV. Now, this is during the stay-at-home, or where we're wearing masks, I should say. So not that many people there. And I go in and I turn the paperwork in for the molestation. She says to me, because I already have the anxiety on my thing, and she says to me, this is going to be an increase to anxiety due to molestation. And I said, oh, okay. She told me that. So she accepts my paperwork. I have a copy of that. And I turn it in, so they fax it in, and then I leave. I go home and I call the DAV, and they say, you need to make an appointment and speak with your healthcare provider at the VA. And then I do that. And then she switches me to another healthcare provider after that, which I find out later, which I think is the energy doing that. And so I get switched to another healthcare provider from the one I've had for many years. And then they make me a VES appointment, which I think is just for like Vietnam veterans or people who never did go to see a medical facility while they were in the Army. VES is to prove that you have had something occur while you were in the Army. Although I went to Fort Irwin, I wouldn't qualify to go to VES, but they made me a VES appointment. So I never knew that the VA had like a percentage, that you receive a percentage. I never knew that. I just knew that when I was told that I wouldn't be able to have kids, that they said that they would be able to store my eggs if I had 100% from the VA. They'd be able to help me. So I went in and talked to the VA and asked how they could help me so that I could be able to have children. So I didn't know that, and it's a good thing that I'm not into taking advantage of people or into just monetary aspects of things or that into money, as I say, because they made me the VA appointment, and I prayed to God, and God said, "Don't go right now." I didn't know what the VES appointment was. God said, "Don't go. You need to make sure that that your date doesn't fall on a transfer to your new unit. So you need to let the VES know that you have to wait to get transferred. Because you have a duty and you can't do that. So, because they just give you a date, and I could be transferred any day to this new unit from the 215th. So I never went. In the meantime, I'm making reports to the IG of all these things that are happening, and I go to the 315th. After I get the mental health referral from the 315th, I start making more reports to IG and to the White House about all the stuff that I'm talking about. And then they cancel the VES appointment. So I call VES again eventually, and I say I'd like to call the VA, and VES again. VES tells me I have to, they cancel it. So they tell me I have to go back through the VA to get a VES appointment. So I keep calling the VA. And like, I think a year goes by because the VA doesn't call me back. I wait for a whole day and I don't get a call back, allegedly. And so it's just a lot. And to me, the energy is resisting me talking to the VA. So about a year later, I get more persistent. I call in, and I talk with a female. So I don't know if I called and they said someone's going to call you back. But I speak with a female who I think used to be in the military, maybe like a female. I think she was an officer. I don't think she told me, but talking with her, she sounds like she would have used to be an officer or something. And as soon as I start talking to her, she says, depression. This is her saying this to me. And then she says, mental health. This is her saying this to me on the phone. And I say, no, is this call being recorded? And she says, no. And I say, no, ma'am, I'm calling regarding increased anxiety due to molestation. And she says, okay, you're going to get a call. You're going to get an email today or, within this week about a new appointment. I say, thanks. That day I get an email saying, thank you for opening a brand new claim, like that. And I said, a brand new claim. So I immediately write the VA and say, I didn't open a brand new claim, close anything that you have on file that I've opened. And she doesn't answer back. This energy always switches people out. Good cop, bad cop type deal. So this is how it seems. So I don't talk with her ever again. Somebody gets on and strong arms me throughout the whole email and says, oh yeah, yes you did. Yes you did open a case. No, I did not open a case. This is this person, this guy now. First it was a female, now it's a guy. Yes, you did open this case, and we are gonna forward this case, basically, and saying this whether you have anything to do with it or not, and you had better go to this appointment. This is what he said. He didn't say better. He says, I strongly advise you to go to this appointment. The same one I had just said I didn't open anything, which would have made it a fraudulent appointment. This is what he says. I sent this same email to the IG and DODIG, okay? Because this is trying to brand me as suicidal. But I didn't know what this appointment was, by the way. But I just know not to go because I didn't open anything. So then I get a letter. This whole case rushed through really quick. The molestation case he tells me in the email, we closed the case. So the case with the evidence and the police report and the molestation, all that got closed. The one that got open is a depression case. So the molestation case is closed, and this fake molestation one that he and this lady opened, and I never asked him to open. I'm not depressed. With me fighting the way I am to save my career, writing to the White House every other week, writing IG every other week, that's somebody very concerned with their career. It's not a depressive person. So it would be fraud either which way. They rushed us through the QTC. I receive an appointment, and I don't go because it's not, I didn't set one up. And I'm almost scared to call because they're lying about me on the phone. Okay, now they're lying about me. And I don't want to send another email because he was so rude and pushy on the email. Okay. Now I had considered sending another email, but I didn't. So they sent me this paperwork saying, we give you a 0% for depression. This is what they said. Now, I wrote to somebody named McDonald, I think, Dennis McDonald at the White House, through the White House forum. All this is allegedly. I wrote to him and I said, this is untrue. This paperwork that I got said that I went to visit after visit after visit to some psychologist, okay, that I'm supposed to be depressed. This is untrue. I will say that I'm getting ready to write to the mental health board in the Army, okay? And I'm getting ready to address this false removal from the Army, okay? Because I didn't return to work for a year because Lieutenant Colonel Bryant put a mental health referral in for me, which means that he can force me into vehicles whenever he chooses. I asked for the IG to remove it, and they said, give us a call. After the DAV lied, or not lied, that's not a good word, I'm sorry, forgive me. After they were not honest, they fibbed or were dishonest on paperwork about me, I did not feel comfortable talking with the IG, especially since everyone is like working with the haters and the harassers, okay? That's how I feel, okay? I wrote to the White House, I wrote to the president. My commander put a flag, so I couldn't go to school. I couldn't go do anything for not coming to work. But as long as they have the mental health there, they can force me into vehicles. I didn't know that, illegally too. They can say it's an emergency when it ain't. I didn't know that. So I'm reporting all this, and the IG is basically saying, I don't see how that's illegal. I don't see how, or I'm using that word, I'm sorry. I don't see how that's inappropriate. Give me a call and tell me more. Now I've told them everything I'm telling you now. Who, what, when, where, why, and anything additional. It's not enough for them. So with the hazing and harassing and knowing that the IG is maybe likely, allegedly, being controlled by the molesters, hazers, and harassers also, okay? They won't remove the flag. It doesn't take much to remove the flag. You can remove the flag and still continue to ask questions. You can remove the mental health. They know something wrong. The minute they intervened with Major Horvath's mental health referral of me, they confirmed that the soldiers' mental health records are being tampered with. So there's no question. Nevertheless, for one whole year, I wrote to the IG continuously. I wrote to the White House. I wrote to them both maybe every 3 months or so. And I recorded every single letter I sent them. I took a picture of every letter. I recorded myself writing and sending the letters to the IG. Every single letter sent to the IG. Every single letter sent to the White House. And they recently, I was recently removed from the Army. Said I'm an unsatisfactory participant. I lose all my benefits. I purchased a home on the VA, and that makes me homeless. And so now, before we run down the hill with all this, I've had to pull back on trying to point the finger at IG and going through a lot of negativity. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't waste your time. Don't bother. So let's take a step back, okay? Before you let's not do that whole thing. Let's just, where you're getting indignant. This is not rude, Your Honor. Well, this is an outrage, Your Honor. Okay, well, we're not going to do that. What we want to do is just take a step back and just try to figure out, why is this happening? Okay, because it's not happening in everybody's life, right? It's happening in mine, and I'm a good person. And so are you. Okay, so are we all. So are all the people I talk about in the same Major Horvath and Lieutenant Colonel Brown, the IG, and all that. Okay, everything he's doing, harassers and molesters. They're not, nobody's like evil. We're not. Okay, so please listen. Let's not do that. Let's not go there. Okay. Now, if we could just take a step back from human emotions, we are spiritual. We're humans we're spiritual beings. Okay, having a human experience. Okay. What I need you to do is to let's figure out, why is this happening. I rewind back and realize that God told me I'm going to have a lot of trials and tribulations. Okay, they're not meant to destroy me or have me commit suicide on my behalf for me and then say, yeah, I did it. Okay, no, that's not my destiny. Or that, I don't know, they mess with my eyes till I go blind or something weird, okay? Or I have a billion growths all over my body and die from some rare disease or something, or a plane drops from the sky, okay? I'm not here to do that. Let's go back. If we could just take a moment to be spiritual now and understand that this doesn't happen to everyone, okay? So it's happening to me for a reason. And I'm a good person, I have pretty good life. I have a good life now, okay? Oh, this is what I need to say. You need to see the other side. Before this happened, I was very shy. I would have never made this tape in a billion years, okay? Kiss that goodbye. I wouldn't have had the confidence to even address hazing and harassing whatsoever, okay? A lot of they do things to try to make you look crazy. They really do. Okay, with the lines and the long lines that are always at every single store. When I was in the first grade, my teacher was Miss Nisajima. Okay, that's her name. I still remember. Very good teacher. She loved me reading. I was actually bumped up into a different type of class because they said that my reading level was higher than everyone else's. Right, by the grace of God. Okay, we're knocking on wood. So she had an exercise she gave us, and she said, close your eyes, and she let us hold something. And it was a cotton ball. Open your eyes. Describe what you just held. And it was soft and flurry and fluffy. And then one person raised her hand and said, no, it was hard. And we said, no, it's fluffy. She said, argue your point. Then she revealed to us that she had shown someone else something hard. Okay? That means that you can manipulate and cause a person to look crazy by isolating their experience. Only if one person came to you, like it's every time you reach a corner, let's say a kid rides their skateboard by, okay? Only you would notice that. And you wouldn't notice that after like the first 3 times, but around the 5th time you start to notice, you say, And you might choose not to mention, especially if people start saying, you're crazy. I don't think I have an issue telling people. I'm not shy. I always would tell on the students. If they did something bad, I would tell the teacher right away. I don't have an issue telling. I remember one of my teachers said, don't be a tattletale. Okay, I don't believe in that. I don't believe in that at all whatsoever. So I think that doesn't make any sense. Okay, I believe you need to tell. Tell. Okay, so people agree with me. Mom says that she's so loud that the hustlers stay away from her because she is so loud, they're not going to be bothered. Okay. I don't believe that. I believe you should tell. I don't believe, I believe that, they say tattletale. I don't believe that whatsoever. I believe that the person that's getting the shorter end of the stick is the one who's not saying anything. I think you need to say everything and say everything in detail. So let me just mention, so let's just deal with truth, okay? So if we can deal with truth, we realize that this is not happening to everyone else, okay? But it is happening to me. And then you have to ask why. Well, God, why? Okay? Now we go back and we realize that I was the one that signed up for this. God said, I'm going to send you through some trial and tribulation. God called it walk through the fire. Who said yes? I said yes. Who said yes? I said yes. Okay, and we're not condoning hazing, harassing, molestation. We are. Okay? But we need to, A, accept responsibility. Plus, we need to realize that I didn't have what it took to be a singer, actress, and anything. My confidence is very low. And what a lot of people tend to do is have that wife, that husband they can blame, those kids they could say they're the reason, okay? For me, I guess it was the FBI, the CIA, or a group like that, okay? When they keep saying that, why does she keep mentioning our name? And it's not funny, okay? Okay, so it had to be that. Maybe because, I don't know, I like police officers or something, but I don't. Not like to date, okay? Platonically, okay? Not like that. That's what I mean. Not like that. But maybe that's why I chose them. You know, who knows, okay? And I was thinking Untouchables, Elliot Ness he's, Untouchables. We see it all the time. So I asked why, so we need to ask why is this happening? One, I created through the law of attraction so that I wouldn't have to show the world that I was weak, scared, afraid, okay? Didn't think I had what it takes, wasn't good enough to make it, okay? Had to have an excuse, a fall guy. Two, I signed up for this. God told me this was going to happen, okay? Now, let me tell you what the benefits of this, let me just tell you what the benefits of this whole, and I don't get money from it. In fact, I have been, matter of fact, my AKO email has been removed to the date of the false arrest. Okay, that's how much manipulated all my mental health records. Yes, all of my Army records have been. The AKO has been removed to the day of the false arrest, to the 2013 sometime, or right around that time. That's when my AKO emails have been removed, so that you can't see how much I had, chiefs and captains and majors commending me for my great service and my great duty. Okay, I was always complimented. They're all gone. I recently have asked for them to be reinstated. A false debt appeared on Now we know Uncle Sam is not going to pay anybody like $1 million over, and yet I have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that somehow appeared only after I reported the teacher. After I reported the teacher, my commander said, you have some kind of debt on your thing. The RPAC, which is the financial department, never did tell me that. The Army checks the soldiers' financial paperwork every single month, I think. They check it every year because only 12 times that we drill. So every single year they check our paperwork, and the financial department never told me that I had any kind of a debt. After I reported the teacher, my commander told me that there was a debt. I've never received a letter that there was any kind of debt, what it was for. It's very unclear on the paperwork. It sounds like it has something from 1950s. I asked the DFAS. They said they couldn't see the reserves. When I called the financial department, they said they didn't understand what it was, where it came from. They said, call the STAR card. So I'm trying to get it removed because I've never been overpaid anything. I did get a benefit from the VA after I had the procedure where I won't be able to have kids. And there's a form that if you're in the reserves and receiving VA benefits, then you can get, they will take money out at the end of the year. Every end of the year, they've been taking out $1,000 or more, recouping for the 12 days that I've worked for the year. This thing is hundreds and hundreds. There is no total. There's nowhere on the paperwork that shows any total, and nowhere that shows the amount being subtracted. It's just an eternal debt. It's like, being in Hades, or hell, that's about where but it's like trying to climb a mountain that you're never going to reach the top on, because every time you reach a certain point, slides back down. This debt is false. It's fake in my mind, so fake. And it's just, because the thing is no total, and it's just, so I've been trying to have that removed. That's when my records are all being manipulated. The DAV now has this thing called depression rating. I have gone to psychologists for quite a long time. And when I found out I couldn't have kids, I went into the VA in around maybe 2012, around that time, for depression. The lady told me, you don't have depression, you're not clinically depressed. She said, there are people who really need this time and space. Please don't come back. She's like, you get all of the, she said, you understand all the concepts. She said, just go outside and commune with nature. What she said was, You finding out you won't be able to have kids is very natural for you to be sad about that. It's not abnormal. And she said, basically, she didn't say that, but that's what she's alluding to. So she kicked me out. She canceled any additional appointments. And she told me, do please like be kind enough to the other individuals who actually need the space. And I kid you not, every single psychologist I've ever seen, and trust me, I've used them all. I use Army One Source, Military Family Life Consultants. I have been told by each one of them, even the Military Family Life Consultants, please don't come back. You understand the concepts. All you need to do is practice them. One time I went to Army One Source, and she told me every single thing you told me. You must have studied psychology, because that's exactly what I was going to tell you. You understand everything very well. She says, I don't know where to go from here. You may need to get someone else because you explain everything so well. That's exactly the steps I was going to take you through. That's what she told me. So there hasn't been a psychologist that hasn't kicked me out. And that's the truth. And I do like to talk, and I do study psychology. So these new VA visits or something, and I'm just at the point where I'm just ready to sue everyone. So, and that's not good, right? Because I wrote a letter to the White House and to the IG saying I'm ready to sue Lieutenant Colonel Bryant because he's slandering my name by saying that I have a mental health issue, and that can get you removed from the Army if they keep sending you for depression. I'm not depressed, okay? A person that's depressed is not going to sit around, and yes, they make my hair look funny. I will put grease in my hair. Grease. I wake up in the morning, grease is all gone from my hair, okay? I'll wrap my hair, they take the wrap off my hair at night, okay? That sort of thing. So at some point, you're just like, okay, whatever, you know, and again. So now what I want to do, you have to pull back from all this stuff, okay? Remember that you're creating your own life. You can't continue to keep blaming the world, okay? So what we want to do here, okay? Now I want to look at the benefits of what this has done for me in my life. Remember that God, I prayed to God, take me, break me, and remake me. Let's look at where I've come from when I said I wanted to be signed to a major label and to where I'm at now, okay? Now, major benefit. I'm so much more confident. Yeah. I am very, very confident now, okay? I was very shy then. I have, because this energy that surrounds me is so aggressive to me and sometimes so mean. If you don't stay positive, you'll spiral down in a second. I've had to learn to love this energy, okay? To love myself. One day when I got back from reporting the teacher, I said, I'm going to crush. I said, God, if you don't leave me alone, God's going to crush you like an ant. I said that in the bathroom. They can hear in the bathroom. They can see in the bathroom. Okay. At the military, at the 306. And they really put on the pressure then and started hazing, harassing me. They didn't like that. Okay. Now that was, I guess, my way of looking at things. I didn't say I was going to do it. I said God. Okay. No, because God had, I guess, had communicated that to me. Now, that's not a nice thing to say, is it now? Okay, I would never say that today. Okay. Now, how did that help? See, they even changed the texture of my hair and all that. But okay, so we're going to talk about this. I've learned to truly, like one of those people meditating on the mountains. But truly, though, I've learned to really become spiritual, to wish well into myself and well into other beings, and to really become that type of person and to not just be pretending. Okay. Now, I say if this hazing, harassing stopped, maybe I would change, but I don't think so. It's wonderful. I'm finally becoming the person I always wanted to be because of them. If it wasn't for the IG and Lieutenant Colonel, I always say Lieutenant Colonel Brown, but it's not Lieutenant Colonel Brown, okay? I don't remember their names because, you know, and as soon as this is over, I'm not going to remember these. I will remember, and I'm going to take care of all my commanders, okay? I'm an 8.5 billionaire, and as I become, you have to claim who you are. I'm going to make sure all my commanders are taken care of because they're my commanders. I'll make sure that they have college tuition for their kids and that they have a home. Okay? It's not really wrong if I go through every single, including Lieutenant Colonel, who I keep saying Lieutenant Colonel Brown, Lieutenant Colonel Bryant, and Major Horvath. Okay? Why? Because they are my commanders and they bless me. How do they bless me? Because pressure brings about a change, my friend. It takes pressure to make a diamond and a pearl. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be who I am today. Okay. And remember that I was the one that agreed for this, okay, to God. And that it has strengthened me and made me better. So what else has it done? Okay, let me just tell you some of the projects that I'm blessed to do and be a part of. Mitzi with my mom, Vampire Journal, okay. I've been able to learn from my brother, The Secret, okay. I've been so blessed with mom and my brother from learning from them because I've become more open because I have to like be quiet or shut up, if you will. Don't use that word, it's a bad word. Okay, so be quiet and listen to them. Okay, learning to listen more. Okay, don't use that word, it's a bad word. We weren't allowed to use that word, so that's word, don't use that word. So I am so blessed because I've built my business, Annor Doeman Productions. When I first started, I wanted to be signed. I want to be signed by somebody's record label. Now I finally have the courage to say, I want my own record label. I don't want to be signed to somebody else's record label, okay? And I have the courage to say, I don't want to be signed, to an agency. I'm a manager myself, okay? I have confidence now. And I'm building my business and oh yeah. I don't feel I'm going to say something bad when I go on stage and, I feel like I could work with a producer now in the studio. I know when I get up on stage, I'm going to make people feel so warm and they're going to feel so happy. And I know this. Okay, I know now because I know these people who are the FBI, CIA, I don't know, people, not them, but a group like that. They've blessed me so much. They have a great sense of humor. They have a way about them. I feel that they're just following an order that I created. Okay. Now I'm not saying, what? I'm following your orders. What? But like, I really do. I really feel that they're following a spiritual. They're just trying to help me. Help me, to, fulfill that fall guy thing. Okay. That's all. And, boy, I just can't explain how blessed I've become. Vampire Journal, everything that you've seen lately, the $8.5 billion news blast, the Los Angeles Beat, even though I had the Los Angeles Beat before I joined the Army, mentioned my newspaper newsletter and magazine, Jewel magazine, okay, Jewel magazine, Kittens magazine, is because of this energy, I do believe. Shades of Black, okay, all of them were able to get started and done. I've learned that my father does want me to succeed. Okay. Now, because I haven't been going to work for a whole year because, and none of the unit, they've just been like kind of hazing, harassing me allegedly. So they haven't really been talking to me because all they do is say the life insurance thing. It's almost like, a veiled threat or something. Fill out your life insurance thing again. Fill out your life insurance thing again. Fill it every single 30 days. Every single 30 days or 27 days. Oh, we need it again. We just don't ask why. Okay. Now in the Army, we don't fill that out. Life insurance and some other kind of thing. It's DD 219 and DD something. Okay. That's all we did at the 306. Every drill. And allegedly. And that's all they were asking me to do here at the 315. Fill out your thing again. Oh, and join the harassment line, this Teams thing. I was like, no. At this unit, I said, I don't have a phone available for that. And they said, you don't have a phone? I said, no, I didn't say I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone available for this hazing, harassing thing. Okay. Which the Army, Uncle Sam, does not require you to have a phone in order to serve or be in your contract. Okay. Honestly, for me anyway, take any legal advice, ask your own advisor. But when it comes to this hazing, I found emails the other day that when I was at Fort Meade, somebody told me before formation, if you can imagine this in active duty, before formation, I have to send them an email and say, I am on my way to formation. Because she says, in the morning time when I wake up, she wakes up and brushes her teeth, she needs to know exactly where I am. So I have to send her mandatory or I'll get in trouble. A counseling statement. This is how I've been hazed and harassed over the years here. Now, let's talk about the benefit. I really want to stress that I've gotten into cosmetics, okay? I've gotten into hair care, and I've gotten into making my own lotions. I've gotten into, I can't wait to make my own perfumes and candles. I'm going to talk about it until I do it. But I make my own hair cares, my own lotions, my own body creams, massage creams. Let's see, what else did I do? Lip gloss, okay? I would have never done that if it wasn't for this energy. Anything that you see in me today that you consider to be super, the ability to make these positive thinking tapes and these positive thinking books has refined with the challenges. In order to get through these challenges, you have to be positive, okay? So I've benefited greatly. Even my six-pack. That was under a lot of this. I wasn't aware of it exactly at the time. However, so we do this last part because we gotta wrap it up here. The last part is we have to look at this spiritually. And we have to understand that I created this through the law of attraction, okay? And that this has benefited me greatly. So I'm not here to point fingers at anyone. I would like to finish my last 2 years in the Army and go back to 25 Victor School because I'm not a giver-upper. I'm someone who's going to keep writing letters until they send me back to school, even if I'm 90. Because the Army, this is not the Army. The Army, it looks out for its soldiers. The Army sent me back to school in a flash of a beat. It has enough money from the taxes from Americans to make sure that I go back to school, which is the right thing to do, equal opportunity, since I was removed unfairly. Now, I could be wrong on that, knock on wood, but I do feel that way. I'm not going to lie right now. And I do feel that the Army's not going to remove a soldier because somebody asked them to allow themselves to be molested, and then the mental health is proven to be being tampered with the soldier's records. Soldier needs to protect themselves by staying home, and then me out of the Army. Remove me from the Army because I'm not coming in because they're forcing me in the vehicles. They're forcing soldiers in the vehicles, okay? Now, the IG, meanwhile, is writing me these official letters. You didn't call me, so I'm not going to, even if it is illegal, I can't help you, okay? Even if it is illegal, it's nothing I can do. You need to call me. Now, the federal government has a who, what, when, why area for us to fill out the information. It's not enough for them. I'm telling them the same stuff I've told to you, and I've linked it over to them, and they still not enough. So I've even gotten a letter from them saying, you need to tell me something in chronological order. I have done that already. I've answered all their questions, but they're still saying, well, she didn't reach out to me. I reached out to them every 3 months on a different form with more information. I just didn't call them after the DAV, all this is allegedly. After the DAV fibbed about me on the paperwork, again, I have a right to protect myself here. So, and someone that is, you could see that my paperwork, my American things that me tamper with, it makes sense that I'm not just launching. Plus, there's so much going on, and I feel like, I feel like there's many individuals involved. I'm not trying to hurt anybody's career. I'm not trying to down with that person's career. Oh, no, we were raised to not even tamper with anyone's career. I want everyone to be successful and happy, platonic golden rule, meaning making sure that they're being kind to everyone. Now, this is some kind of journey that I have to go on, and I'm grateful for it. I wouldn't be the person I am, but I don't want to be kicked out of the Army. And now my brother was also removed after about 18 years, okay? After 18 years, the same energy came and told my brother that he's a manager at Albertsons, one of the best managers at Albertsons, okay? Now, they tell him, allegedly, that he sold something to a minor, alcohol to a minor, okay? Now, my brother says, no, I didn't. He says, show me the tape. They never produce any tape. And yet, they removed him from the Albertsons after 18 years. They just removed me after 18 years. And after I looked at all the times and dates, I was removed from the school, Fort Meade, at around November 2017. I was, I was sent to the mental health at around November 2022. by Major Hobarth at the 215th. Then at the 315th, I was sent by Major Horvath, by Colonel Brown, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, November 2020, like 3 or something. Okay, these are all November. Now, here it is, November 2024, I'm being removed from the Army. All that, not to say this is all planned, okay, and exact. Now I know law. I would have told them that they would have had to, because see, I understand law now. If they don't have a tape, it becomes just slander. If you just, and now I could be wrong, I don't mean to be rude, but they said that he had sold, alcohol to a minor. They didn't have the tape. He's one of the best managers. He said it didn't happen. Can you please show me the tape? If you don't have evidence, then it becomes hearsay. Am I wrong about that? It becomes he say, she say. Okay? So I'm just making this tape because God told me to. God told me to, and I was like, no, God, no. And I tried to make it 30 minutes, so I put on my watch. And I'm in here. It is winter, and it is in Lancaster. So if you see this camera shaking and you think it's brisk in here, because there ain't no heater in here. Oh, our heater doesn't work because the energy broke the heater. The energy broke the heater. We don't have AC. We don't have heat. The energy broke the hot water heater. So we have to like cook our water, make our water hot. Or now we have this immersive water heater thing. All this stuff that they do. But we're blessed because of it, okay? God is not going to give you a challenge without giving you a blessing, okay? I now have the confidence to be 8.5 billionaire. If it wasn't for this energy, Lieutenant Colonel Brown, Bryant, Major Horvath, the IG, all this, I wouldn't have it. So when you see me strutting my stuff, looking all GQ and stuff, with my $8.5 billion, you know. At the age of 90, blowing out the candles like I'm a boss, okay? You're going to know that happened because I walked through the fire like God told me to. And you know what God told me? Oh, I didn't even know I was removed from the Army. I thought they had transferred me to Kentucky. And I wrote the president a letter. First, I thanked the IG. I said, you guys are amazing. I take a knee to you. I bow to you. Thank you for moving me from Lieutenant Colonel Bryant's unit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then I wrote him another letter and said, I can't go to Kentucky. I can't go to Kentucky. I live in California. That'd be a hardship. I thought they had transferred me. So I wrote my unit and I said, may you please send me my orders. Okay? They didn't write me back. I had wrote them and said, may you please send me the schedule. They said, okay. They were out processing me from the Army. Okay? They didn't tell me. They said, I'm starting an unsat packet. I know what that was. Okay? Now, they've been saying that for a while. They've been sending me that kind of paperwork for a while. Okay? And I thought that I was protected under the No Fear Act. Okay, these are reprisal removals. Okay, now the reason why I'm being sent, according to Sergeant Owens, if you don't go to your room and stay. And I said, what if I have an emergency? You can't come out. What if if you have kids, a husband, a wife, you can't come talk to them. You have to stay. This is what he told me. Even if you need feminine items, he said, I'll go get them. Okay. I said, that sounds a little bit like a violation of the EO policy. I need to talk with the commander. No. Okay. After that, he said, I'm going to send you on a mental health if you don't do what I just said. That's exactly what happened a few hours later with Major Horvath. And following that, Lieutenant Colonel Bryant. Sorry. Because Lieutenant Colonel Bryant never met me. So all he was doing was following up and following through on Sergeant Owens telling me that was going to happen. In addition to that, the DAV. All of us, this is the last thing I want to say. Now, I've had to research the mental health, okay, to realize that, the Lancaster Police Department, they stamped me as being resisting to authority. There are no soldiers that resist authority, okay? We are so trained. The longer you stay in the military, the more trained you are. Okay, to immediately, if they tell you to snap in place, you're going to snap in place, okay? So for them to say that I was resisting authority, that's what they said. Then I was removed from Fort Meade as being belligerent, okay? Which means that is not an episodic. In both instances, it's a part of my character. I just have an attitude. I'm pushy. I'm belligerent. I'm like the angry bully type, okay? These are not episodic. These are character traits of an actual person that gets developed over many, many years. Now, all of a sudden, that served the purpose, okay? That which was meant to, I think, to get me kicked out of the Army by the energy, I think. Now, however, now that I'm reporting the molestation, the objective has shifted. And so now I'm being reported as this quiet, meek, withdrawn, sad, suicidal person. That again is not episodic. It's characteristic, I do believe. Those are two distinct character types they're reporting. And it takes years to develop a character type. One individual isn't going to do the other. A bully isn't going to start being withdrawn and run from the students, okay? And a sad withdrawn person isn't going to jump up and start bullying the people, okay? So, and neither are me, okay? I'm me. I'm in the middle. I love authority. I love authority, okay? As long as it's legal and telling me what to do. I mean, you know, it's platonic golden rule. You're you know, benefits all beings, okay? I'm not, you know, I'm not, I just do my own work, but I love police officers. I don't know what to say. Maybe I shouldn't, okay, by now. Maybe I shouldn't. However, if you put me in a room today with just, you know, people and a police officer, I'm going to eventually magnetize that police officer. I don't know why. The same thing. If you put me in a room with a teacher and then just people, I'm magnetized to that teacher. A security guard, I'm magnetized to that person. That's a part of my nature. Why it is, I do not know. I don't know. Okay? I don't know. But what I do know is that, my mental health records are being just completely manipulated with. So I'm on one side that served the purpose. I'm this belligerent, angry, and there aren't people like that in the Army. They weed you out quick. Belligerent, angry, wild person. And then they said that I don't get A's. I get straight A's. So for me to get a fail at Fort Meade is, and I aced every single one of the written tests, is, again, I don't fail. I haven't gotten any kind of a failing grade. I don't know if I've ever gotten a fail. Okay? And I think once I got a D or something, when we left my father went to Jamaica and went to my mom. My mom says, D is for dumb. We don't do that. That's all she had to say. And I got A's, B's, and C's rarely. Now, when I went to Malibu High School, it was just A's and B's straight. And then I got straight A's. So I'm an A student, you know, my friend. So when people saying that I'm, you know, all this stuff people are saying. Matter of fact, I say, if anybody says anything negative about me, it's just not true. Okay? I'm just so amazing. And so are you. Okay? We have to start believing in ourselves. We hear so much things from the outside world. Okay? So that's that. God made me make this tape. I didn't want to make it. Trust me. When so many people saying you're crazy. It's the last thing I would have wanted to do. Okay. Now, yes, it is brisk in here, and I'm so ready to go with this little heater thing that Tony got. You know, it's such a blessing. So, and they kind of raised the prices of everything. You know, electricity, they raised the price, and just but listen, let's stop complaining. Complaining's not good. I have a lot of projects that I haven't shared because I've been so shy. And God told me before I write this mental health letter about it's too many different characteristics that they're reporting in these counseling statements that are impossible for a human being to have. So I looked up multiple personalities. Those individuals are identified at a very early age. It occurs in early agehood, and yet it's identified because the person lives like 2-3 separate lives, okay, which I don't. So again, they're reporting all these different personality types and personalities that one human being, it takes years to develop a personality. It takes years of experiences from a person's parents and maybe rejection and acceptance from certain people that causes a person to say, I'm shy. I'm kind of a complainer. I'm kind of sad. I'm a bully. Okay? These people usually don't shift their personalities. They didn't identify episodic things in me, which means I had an outburst. Because then you can only write a counseling statement once. But at Fort Meade, allegedly, all this is allegedly, they identified me as having a continual attitude issue. That's a characteristic of an individual that does not change or shift very easily. It's a bully type. It's like resistance. Like I'm gonna tell you what to do, Sergeant. And that doesn't happen in the Army, okay? And an Army sergeant is told to put that down very quickly. In other words, that is handled very quickly in the Army. That isn't allowed. So but if you read the narrative in the Fort Meade counseling statements, they said, oh, we just didn't know what to do. Day after day after day, here she is belligerent. It was all made up. Because an Army soldier says, lock it up, go at ease right now. If you don't listen, they're going to remove you that same day. They don't sit up and say, oh, they just decided to just, come to work in, a surf shorts, sandals, and bring a surfboard. And we just didn't know what to do. So the next day they came in a Hawaii lei, and this whole, this traveling outfit, they didn't even wear the uniform. And we were just so flustered. And so the next day, they don't do that in the Army. You get one time. According to this narrative, in Fort Meade. So basically, all of these things being written about me are being made up. I don't know. I read the report. I never read the report for the Lancaster Police Department. I haven't read it yet. I'm not checking it. I read the report at Fort Meade. It's filled with untruths. I haven't read this false report coming out of the DV. So I want to say this. When I found out I couldn't have kids, I mentioned that they kicked me out. So they have these false dates from 2024, I think, that I was supposed to have either gone or called in or gone. I probably was at the Walmart at that exact hour, or on Canva editing or something, right? So, however, I haven't read that, but I'm not a depressive type person, okay? And when I did apply for depression, they told me we can't possibly get you anything depressed. You have any depressive issues in the Army, okay? You can never get a rating for any kind of depression with no connection in the Army, okay? And not that I would. I'm not depressed, okay? That's why they kept saying it's an anxiety. So they put depression on my DAV, and I'm gonna have it removed. Because with these I never read those false reports, but I'm at the point where I'm like, okay, I was ready. I wrote to the White House, said I'm going to sue Lieutenant Colonel Bryant for slandering my name. And I feel like I'm going to sue whoever doctor is saying these fake visits. And who knows? Some actor could have called this person and said, hey, I'm Annor Doeman. They don't know, right? Because they're on the phone. I don't know if it was a phone meeting. But if they say it was a in-person meeting, they need to have a video that's clear of me. That's not edited with AI and, or static or something. And hopefully I wasn't at the Walmart. Well, I am at the Walmart at that moment. So, no, of course, I'm going to have to sue them. And a lot of people have been, allegedly Square, Gumroad, Square. I swiped a card I got from Fort Edwards right out here, $200. Square was like, oh my God, this is money laundering. Oh my God. Now that they said this is allegedly, we have to shut down her account. And then they asked me these questions. Do you meet with people in trench coats and hats in the alley? Something like that. This is what they asked me. And how many times do you send this person money? And I was like, this was me. I swiped. It was a gift card with no name on it. They stopped the transaction and said, who is doing this? What are you selling? All these questions. Okay, now this is the energy. This is not Square. Square is not gonna. And then they told me, you just don't have enough cells. You have one cell here and then one cell there. It looks so suspicious. Every time I made a $1 cell at eBay, this is not eBay, of course. They would hold the dollar and they said, suspicious. It looks suspicious. Gumroad never sent me my dollar. That somebody bought a dollar from me and they closed my site, my Napoleon Hill positive thinking site, and said, this is suspicious. We shut down your site because we need something, but we could be wrong. So they shut down my Annor Doeman site on Gumroad. It's gone. They shut down my positive thinking site with Napoleon Hill, and it's just Earl Nightingale doing The Strangest Secret. They shut it down. Give us a call. Okay, just like what I just said. Give us a call. I put up my logo up on Fiverr. they shut my site down twice. They said you can't use stock elements in a logo. I don't know if that's true. Okay. I told them I'm using stock elements in my logo. They shut down my sites on Fiverr. And so I have all these people who like shut down my sites, and then I put up my jewel magazine, and Etsy just closed it immediately and didn't even tell me why. They keep saying, I tell you what, Instagram too. They go, I put up Kittens magazine is when it started with that. I put up Kittens magazine. They said, you violated our terms. And I looked up the terms, like 1 billion different terms in there. Which one? Nothing. You violated our terms. Just general. So, and then I say hazing and harassing kind of like across these companies. Now, these are not these companies themselves. Of course, there's nobody like, I went on Instagram and made an account for my puppy, okay? And it violated the terms. These are not these companies. These are, that's my hand holding the. These are not these companies. These are the energy that's working through these companies, okay, causing all of this. Now I have to go to each one of them and write to the Better Business Bureau because Square has closed down my account. I can't use it because I swiped a gift card. That was my own gift card. And they, instead of them passing the money through to me for the sale, I swiped it. I have my own business. It means I could buy for myself whenever I want. And they told me don't swipe your credit cards with your name on it. So I was like, okay, well, maybe I can swipe a gift card. Okay. And I let them know it's my gift card. They shut it down and they're like, you can buy from yourself though, because everyone in my family, my father, my mom, my stepmom, they all have their own business. And whenever they bought from them, they paid for it. They didn't just take things from the store. They paid the money. So if I need to swipe, since I have a business and I do use my items, I can charge myself for that, and I pay taxes on it too. I have to pay taxes on that. When you swipe in at Square, you got to pay taxes on that also. So, and I do. I report it to taxes. I let them know. Still, they haven't let my account open back up. And PayPal, for some reason, goes, I tried to send some money to myself from my bank, and they say, we can't do this transaction right now on the personal one. And when I try to open a savings account, they say, we can't verify your identity. No one now, I'm being hazed and harassed. Nobody can verify my identity. First Trade, they can't verify my identity. I've verified for them 3-4 times, sent them a picture, sent them all this stuff. Now they're like, send us a picture of your ID and some bank information. And when I log into accounts, they say, prove you're human or send an email to yourself. And since I don't really have my phones are always being turned off, and getting new phones now. I get locked out of my accounts because the phones aren't active anymore. So they're all saying, I can't let you in. I say, I have my passcode and my email. That doesn't matter. You need to also have a phone number attached, and I'm locking you out because I said I don't have access to that phone. Well, I can't let you into this account. That's what's been happening on a lot of on some of my email accounts actually. And so I try to say, just send it to my email. Don't use my phone as a verification, because even right now, my Spectrum internet we don't have anymore, and so my Spectrum internet, my phone was connected to that, so they closed my phone down also. So now I'm gonna have to get like a new phone. But it's just a lot of that has been going on. And then somebody got on my Venmo, or I crossed with their Venmo or something. I don't use these social media sites really. But it has people sending this person like $500 or something. And it seems like they're on my Venmo account. I pushed in on my email, annor.doeman@yahoo.com. And then, I put that in there, and then all these people popped up and having sent money to some bank, not under my name, under somebody else's name, and then now they're not there. So that's why I say it's this energy doing all this stuff, because now they're not there. I put my own name I put my own thing, and then, but I want that removed because somebody sent them $20 and they never used it, so it's still sitting there in the account. My mom always taught me, if you find something, anything, leave it right there. And if you, but if you do find something and you're able to turn it into lost and found, do so. Or if you need to go get the manager and say, hey, there's something I found, you need to get it yourself, but I'm gonna show you where it is, and so somebody can recover their stuff. Mom said, don't touch people's stuff. So, and mom also said, because I sell my CDs store to store, she said never accept like $100 from like, a guy or a girl. If they're giving you $100, just say, I can't accept this, but if you want to buy $100 worth of my CD, that happened to me once too. My mom told me to never ever accept like $100. So I was selling, and I had good days. I had $60 days, maybe $100, going from person to person. And this one guy, who had a son, by the way, gives me $100. I say, sir, I can't accept this. I say, but I could sell you $100 worth of my CD. He said, I don't want $100 worth of your CD. So I said, well, no. Because mom said, don't leave the $100 right there. But when the people are buying your CDs, you can do that. So I hope that I explained everything clearly. So I asked God. So nobody told me that I was being removed. I thought I was transferred to Kentucky. And I was like, I can't go to Kentucky. Okay, so I wrote to the president and said, I can't go to Kentucky. And I thought I was transferred to Kentucky. And then I called the TSP because God, then I called the TSP and they said, you're separated. So I said, oh my God, let me go look at this thing that said Kentucky. And it said separated. And I was so surprised because I'm a very good soldier. And I'm in my 18th year also. So I asked God, because I was celebrating. I said, oh, we finally got away from Lieutenant Colonel Brian. Now that I was trying to get away, because I'm trying to go back to my 25 Victor School at Fort Meade, right? But I said, this is time to celebrate and just release this whole year of having not been able to go to work and all that. And so I was celebrating, and something told me to get some cake. So I remember saying, your birthday's coming up. And I said, no. God told me I need to celebrate. Woo, celebrate. So I celebrated I was transferred to Kentucky. But I didn't tell my family I was transferred to Kentucky because I said, I'm going to have to get transferred to California. Then I'll tell them where I'm transferred. Then I found out I was removed. So I said, after a certain while, I need to tell mom to removed. So I asked God, what's going on? Like, why did this happen? God said, you're not removed. God said that because I had inquiries into the White House with regards to improper use of the mental health system, then the No Fear Act means I can't be removed by you while the White House is checking into things, okay? So God told me that the paperwork, therefore, and I could be wrong on this, is invalid, okay? So I'm still serving. I'm still assigned to Lieutenant Colonel Bryant's unit. Okay, that's what God told me. God told me that I'm still in the Army, and God told me that I'm going to be going to school soon. Okay, and I'm going to get my A6, and so I believe God. God told me to make this tape. I'm not the kind of person to make this tape because I believe in being discreet. Now, we're not talking about secret backdoor deals, okay, or making some kind of agreement with somebody, okay, or condoning hazing, harassing, molestation. We're not saying that. It's just there's so many people involved. I'm not trying to mess up people's lives. I'm just trying to shake people up. I don't want people to hear about all this stuff they're looking over their shoulder, Nevertheless, at some point, you have to address certain things, It's the right thing to do. Just like the Black people, they kept all that stuff to themselves. And during the 60s, okay? They couldn't drink from the water fountain. They couldn't sit in the front of the bus. They couldn't go in the restaurant and all this, okay? They were kind of keeping it to themselves, okay? When Rosa Parks did what she did, it started the marches, which brought in the media and the press. America was shocked to find out that it was their basic civil rights, which were being, they weren't receiving, okay? America was shocked to find that out. Maybe the whole world. But America was definitely surprised. If you don't say anything, nobody can help you. If you don't say anything, nobody can say, oh my God. And I just came across Uncle Tom's Cabin, okay? Now, people may say things about Uncle Tom. They use it in a slang term, but Uncle Tom is a very honorable person. And I only saw the movie, okay? However, I do understand that Uncle Tom was the beginning that spurred the North to do the Civil War. Isn't that correct? So we're appreciating these elements and understanding that if you don't ask for help, you don't tell people what you're going through, then they won't be able to help you. And it'll be too late. You're not supposed to just be mum about it. Because if you do that, it's not going to help anybody. It's not going to help yourself either. The Black people had to say something, okay? The Americans who got their liberty from England, they knew where they stood. And many people helped, but in life, you mustn't try to do everything yourself, okay? IG I keep talking about IG, they did the best they can. I feel very grateful to IG because they moved from Horvath, and maybe, when you feel close to someone, then you kind of josh and give them a hard time and whatnot. Nevertheless, maybe, so I'll tell you what happened. The last part of this. I watched the Lou Pearlman story, okay? And when I watched the Lou Pearlman story, I realized I need to start taking action. And so I wrote to IG and I said, I'm going to start to write to the AKO and ask them to reinstate my emails that they removed. They said they removed it randomly, much like the Lancaster Police Department, allegedly, said they stopped me randomly, okay? The random or routine stop, okay? But we know that in certain neighborhoods, they don't have those random stops. Okay. How do we know? Mom had a best friend in Manhattan Beach with long blonde hair. And whenever her son messed up, like really, really, really messed up, the police officers just brought him home. Hey, we're just bringing him home. They didn't arrest him. They didn't give him a record. And he was messing up, doing stuff, from what I heard. Okay. Now, that's what they do in really nice neighborhoods. I imagine it's not a racial thing there, okay? So just maybe it's a rich thing, okay? So, I mentioned that to say that, I forgot what I was talking about. But yeah, so I'll look the story. So I made the decision. So I said, so they removed my emails in the AKO. And I said, let me start writing to, I was prohibited from putting my 300 PT test, which I got after I went to the Planet Fitness, on my NCOER, okay? So all of a sudden, everything, like if you look on my YouTube channel, I'm like one view on something that, all that I'm doing that is very, very stellar is being kind of pushed down. Now, this is my own energy, I think, doing this. And everything that, I'm doing stellar is being pushed down, and all of this negative stuff is being brought to the top, okay? And so they said, I need to start taking action. So in October, I just started taking action, started writing to all these different groups and saying, writing to the Military Records Board saying I need to correct my NCOERs, writing to the AKO saying, please restore my email, writing to the the MyPay and saying the debt is false, please help me to get it removed. And taking action. And so it's time now for me to go ahead and write to the Mental Health Board and ask for these false mental health referrals, the one where I was forced to go, not being allowed to contact IG any further, said that it was emergency sin, but it wasn't. Okay, they went past every emergency facility, and I do believe by the regulation, they're supposed to stop and stabilize me at a nearest emergency facility, okay? Which they didn't do. So I've been taking action to do that, and God has been telling me that there's been certain elements that I haven't been doing. I think that's one. I'm going to do that. There's been certain elements that I haven't been doing. And those elements that I haven't been doing are like, they're movies that I haven't finished, like A Perfect Match, and that I need to finish them. I need to put my music out, and I need to build my websites up, because God said that a lot of the reason why there's a lot of negativity in my life is that I have a space. It's not a vacuum. There's a space open that allows the negativity to be there, that's there because I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing in my life. And when I do what I'm supposed to be doing, this negativity will just dissipate, okay? So that's what God told me. I have 7 days. So I've been just pouring myself. I've been uploading all kind of videos to YouTube that I've made that I was just too shy to upload, you know. I don't look like Stellar GQ in these videos, okay? It's just me. And, you know, without all the schnazzy pizzazz and all that. So shy. I don't want to put those videos up. I have a lot of talking videos where I talk about the law of attraction, and I haven't been putting them up because a part of myself that doesn't feel that I believe I deserve to be happy. Okay. And God is saying, when you start, I have a comic called Amazing Man, and you start drawing. God says, when you start doing those things, all this stuff will dissipate. So over the last 7 days, I've been uploading these to YouTube. I've been working really hard on all the things that are important to me. Okay. And today God told me to make this video. I didn't want to make it at all. No. Okay. God said, made it. It'd be good for you. So I did it. I tried to be as honest as I could, talk about everything. And let's see. And so now it's time for me to address the mental health board. And another thing, I've been like stopping writing letters, waiting for IG to fix everything, waiting for I'm just waiting for someone to do something. But maybe it's me. So now I'm not gonna stop writing the letters. I'm gonna keep letting people know and asking for help, because this is my 20-year career. It's mine. It's not anybody else's. You know, it's not yours. It's not his. It's hers. It's mine. So I have to act like it, you know, and I have to save it. And it's my job to help my brother too, so he can get his retirement. Okay, so he did his 20 years just too. It was interrupted unfairly. The way I see it, you know, this humbly I say this, okay. And my mom kept her house for 30 years, and we're really, really blessed. So I'm very, very happy. So if I say I'm happy, I'm happy. I'm very happy. I'm very happy with remember, I chose this path. Remember, I understand the law of attraction. I know I'm creating all this, and I'm working to untangle this that I've created. Okay. I do intend to I am an 8.5 billionaire. Okay. You claim what you are in the future right now. With a $4.5 million home, 60. Oh, yes, I love my home. Because God had me stop visualizing this week. And because God said there's, you when something like this happens, you have to kind of be, I don't really understand why God told me, but I was visualizing very good. Oh God, this is one of the best years of visualizing my house. I love my house so much. I can't get over it. Like I have my vision boards. It's just a lot of fun. So so God said this stuff is happening in my life. It's happened. Okay. So I believe God. Okay. Now, from outward appearances, I've been removed, separated from the military, and all this and all that. And I called somebody the other day from this energy told this person to say this. Just show up. This is what this person said, and I appreciate this person. Okay. I called him Mr. J. Okay. I called the TSP, and the whole reason why they had me call the TSP was because I found out I was separated on the line. So they wanted to just say, oh, well, just show it. This is the energy doing this, to kind of embarrass me or just show me up in front of everyone. So they have this guy his name's Julian, anyway, Mr. Julian. I remember his name. I try to write people's names down and talk to him. I remember him. He's a wonderful, wonderful person. You know, he's a dad, and I'm very proud of him because we realize now, as we look at it, that out of all of our friends and family, my dad was the only dad that was there. We're really blessed. And so I was telling Julian, because I think he said he had 4 kids. I'm so proud of him. And so anyway, I called the TSP. And then the energy has him say this. That's allegedly, okay? Everything on this allegedly. Just show up. And I say, well, yeah, you do have to listen to God and let God make the determination of what you can do. Listen to that wee small voice. And then when I left and when talking to him, I was like, oh, this energy, how could it say? Because it's saying like, oh, you just didn't show up to work. I love working. Are you kidding? How could the energy just say that when the energy knows I work the holidays, I work every day. I love to work. Okay. People will look at me and be like, you need to take a break. We need to take a break. And you need to keep going. I love working, okay? And showing up, I love showing up. So, yeah, and if I didn't love showing up, I wouldn't have gone back to 315 because I had gone home. The only reason why I went back to the 315th, even after Sergeant Owens had approached me and all that, was because I wanted to drill. I just wanted to finish my drill. I wanted to work. And then that was when all this stuff happened. The forced mental health thing. So, but we aren't, again, please, we aren't pointing fingers. We're just trying to understand where we are spiritually. And we love life, okay? we are living until 90. No, excuse me, 100. Over 100, okay? That's me. And you too, if you want. And we are doing things we need to do and understanding when we get rid of a lot. When we start doing what we're supposed to do, there won't be room for any hanky-panky. The word is, that's the word my dad shenanigans. The word is devilment. This was, keep your mind on work. But those negativity, okay? There it is. So that's all I'm focusing on. Yeah, and the energy even will ask my mom and Tony to act and talk on their behalf too. That's true. Friends and family, yeah, okay. Like I'll write people sometimes, okay, I will. And so I hope I included everything. I really do hope I included everything. I wanted to try to be fair. I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's all good. Nobody's all bad. Nothing like that. All beings are blessed, and I'm blessed. I'm happy for who I am right now. I don't mean to lose my military career for that. Because I'm a good soldier, and I don't think that's path. I don't think that's meant. Okay? And God said I'm still in the military, okay? Now, another thing, and God can tell me all is well. So now God had me make this. That's the end of this video. Because I'm looking at it's been 4 hours. I want to say. So thank you for listening. I didn't, it says low battery. Okay, so I was like, I didn't mean to, I didn't plan to make this video today. Trust me. But I made it. So now it's done. And, so yeah, so thank you for listening. And unless you're watching TV and just looking at the picture, cool, that's cool too. So yeah, thank you for watching, and I want to say have a wonderful day. So you're awesome, keep being awesome, and I hope it's everything and as truthful as honest as I could, balanced as I could be. So you're awesome, keep being awesome, and thank you for listening, thank you for watching, and have a wonderful, awesome day. Mwah! Oh, and today's date is the 16th. I think I already said that. 16th of November, 2024. And I found out I was removed from the military. It was dated October 1st, 2024, just about a month ago. And yeah, so that's everything. Okay. But I'm not. But God said I'm not. And I'm not. If God said I'm not, that means I'm not. Okay. So I love you. And mwah! So I love you and thanks for listening. Bye. Or hello. Hello there. No. Okay. Bye.